evening. We're gonna go ahead and get started. This meeting tonight will be held in person, of course, at the Benton Harbor High School Library. All persons in attendance must wear a mask. There will be no remote, there is remote viewing option. A recording of this meeting will also be posted to the cloud. Public participation will only be available at the in-person meeting or via questions submitted ahead of time as noted. This meeting is a meeting of the Board of Education and public for the purpose of conducting the school district business and is not to be considered a public community meeting. This meeting is an in-person meeting at the location listed above. Questions may be submitted beforehand to liz.goodwin@bhas.org or presented in person during the public comment section as indicated in the agenda. Board members may be contacted through the emails listed below. Requests for special assistance, including for persons with disabilities, may be sent to liz.goodwin@bhas.org. I call this meeting to order officially at 5:35 p.m. We will begin with reciting the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, awesome. Next up on our agenda is roll call. Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson. Vice President Bradley.
Present.
Secretary Triplett, present. Treasurer Creighton.
Present.
Trustee Bowen.
Present.
Trustee Buchanan. Trustee Rocket Martin.
Present.
We have a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you. The attendance has shown that we have a quorum. Next on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Please take just a few seconds to review it. Liz did send out some updates, and then we also have, your printed agenda has a staff report F2 under business and finance. We're not reviewing that this evening, so that's coming off. But other than that, your physical agenda as it stands is the order of business for today. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Can we have another minute to look at it?
You sure can. You sure can. When you all are ready, just go ahead and provide me with the motion.
Thank you.
Right, is there a motion to approve? Is there a second or support? Is there a second or support for approval of the agenda?
Support.
The motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Secretary Triplett that we approve the agenda. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett, can you please call the roll for approval of the agenda?
President Robinson.
Yes.
Vice President Bradley.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton.
Yes.
Trustee Bowen.
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan.
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, awesome. Next on the agenda is review of the board norms. However, Liz did want for me to ensure that you all know to speak directly into your mic when it's your turn to speak, so that she can have more clarification when she's trying to get the minutes from the recording. Next, we have review of the board norms, and Secretary Triplett, can you pass me your copy? Mine is missing from mine. All right, thank you. The Board of Education norms for Benton Harbor area schools. We will treat each other with respect. We will listen to learn. We will refrain from side conversations. We will use our time wisely, starting and ending our meetings on time. We will challenge ideas, not people. We will ask questions when in doubt. There will be no surprises at the board table. We will practice the 7.
Recording in progress.
Those 7 norms are pausing, paraphrasing, posing questions, putting ideas on the table, providing data, paying attention to self and others, and presuming positive intention. So those are the board norms that govern the way that the Board of Education conducts its business with each other, but it also governs the way we interact with you and how we would like you to interact with us in our meetings. Next, we have public comment on agenda items. The Board of Education recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on district matters. Today, there are 2 areas for comment on the agenda of which you may decide when to speak. Public comment on agenda item, which is where we are now, and open public comment. Per policy 0167.3, which governs board participation at board meetings, we request that you preface your comments by an announcement of your name, address, and affiliation when appropriate. These statements made by duration and per our bylaws, no participant may speak more than once during this meeting. Participants shall direct all comments to the board and not to staff or other participants. The board will listen, take comments and questions under advisement and not respond at this time. I, as president, will refer questions to the superintendent for research and response. If you have specific questions for the board or executive team that require follow-up, please email those directly to liz.goodwin@bhas.org. Is there anyone who is present for public comment on agenda items? Do we have a mic available for public comment?
Here, he can just take this.
You can step to the podium.
Can I take my mask off?
Yes, sir. And then you have 3 minutes, but I just want to give you a second so she can get you set. I'm just trying to make sure he sees the timer. All right, you're all set.
Yes. My name is Larry Edwards. I live at 1312 Jennings, Benton Harbor. I'm a property owner, registered voter, and a citizen. I'm the proud parent of 2 graduates from Benton Harbor. My daughter in 2003, basketball player, volleyball player, and she graduated number 6 in her class, as well as my son, who graduated in 2005, played football, basketball, and baseball for Benton Harbor, and he graduated number 9 in his class. My wife was the school seamstress. She fixed football uniforms, basketball, baseball, cheerleader uniforms, so for Miss Benton Harbor and Miss Blossom Time. And myself, I am a 30-year sports official, and I was the lead official for almost 25 years for Miss Watson, John Brown, Larry Featherstone, Willie Wilson. And currently, I've been banned from being on Benton Harbor area school property. When I was a substitute teacher, I was the most requested sub in the district. On February 14th, 2020, I was subbing here at Benton Harbor, and an unknown woman walks into the classroom. She asked, was Corson there? One of the students said no. I said, I'm his sub teacher for the day. Can I help you? She had 2 bags of gifts, and she looked at the bags, and I said, well, today is Valentine's Day. Are those gifts for me? She looked at me and said, you don't know who you're talking to, in a snide way. So I said, excuse me, miss, if I've offended you, I apologize. I didn't mean to. I said, today is Valentine's Day. I was just making a gist, a joke. I said, again, I apologize. She turns, she walks out. 3 days later, I got email from EDU staff said that I couldn't sub for the Benton Harbor Area School District anymore. A couple of weeks after that, I found out that I couldn't officiate sports at Benton Harbor anymore, per her. And so, worst case scenario, say for instance, what I said or what I did was so inappropriate that I don't deserve to work for Benton Harbor Area Schools. But the same person interjected herself into a conversation with retired Lieutenant Bowers and another state trooper with a real derogatory term that she was written up by Dr. Herrera. So I would like for you to take a look into that, as well as what is the policy on administrators with their subordinates. Take a look at that. Also, see if that write-up is still in that person's personnel file.
That was 3 minutes exactly. Are you finished, Mr. Edwards?
Yes, I am.
That was probably the most perfectly timed public comment I've ever seen.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else for public comment on agenda items? All right, hearing none, we're going to proceed with the agenda. Next on our agenda is approval of meeting minutes. Do we have our meeting minutes from regular session 7/13/2021 and our special session, which you guys remember was concerning our occupation and facilities, bids and abatement and potential demolishment. So we are at approval of meeting minutes. Is there a motion to approve the meeting minutes for regular session 7/13/2021 and special session 7/15/2021? The motion has been made by trustee Buchanan and supported by Vice President Bradley. Any questions, comments, or concerns regarding approval of the meeting minutes? Secretary Triplett, hearing none, can you please call the roll for attendance? I'm sorry, for minutes.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowens,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
motion carried.
Awesome. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't flip the page. So we actually have, my apologies. We have minutes from regular session 7/13/2021, special session 7/15/2021, and also special session 7/27. 7/15 was regarding committee training. 7/27 was regarding abatement and demolishment. So my apologies. Trustee Buchanan, do you still make the motion for approval of all 3 set of minutes? Okay. Was it Bradley that supported or?
Yeah.
Okay, Bradley, you still support?
Yes.
Okay, Secretary Triplett, just for the sake of efficiency, can you please recall that vote so we get all 3?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowens,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson,
Yes,
I just want to make note that I'm using my phone because I'm waiting on my computer. just
okay,
went out and I was
okay.
trying to pull my report up.
Thank you.
The same
Thank you.
thing is happening here. I don't know what's going on with technology, but my computer just went out.
Okay,
So I'm not sure what's going on. My screen just cleared.
thank you. So we're
Okay.
gonna pause for a second so they can get support. So on the agenda as it stands is curriculum and special education committee report. I'm not sure if that's gonna be given by Secretary Triplett or Rocket Martin today.
Okay, for the curriculum,
Do you have?
Yes,
are you doing this part for curriculum? Or is it Rocket Martin?
okay, yes. For the curriculum report,
Ms. Rocket,
yes, dear.
yeah, for the record, I want the record to show, Madam President, as chairman of the curriculum committee, I did have opportunity to view the information that was sent to the committee from the chief of teaching and learning. I did not attend the meeting.
Okay,
Yeah, I did not attend the meeting. And because there's some things that I need to discuss as it relates with you, President,
okay.
on how the meeting will be structured moving forward as a committee for the Board of Education. However, if Ms. Rackett was there, she can report out what she took part in.
And I'll follow up with you regarding our meeting.
Thank you so very much.
Go ahead, trustee Rocket Martin, can you do us the privilege of doing? the-
Okay, yes, we talked about the Graduation Alliance, and I believe they have a
Can you
presentation that they're
speak in
gonna
your
present.
mic?
We talked about the Graduation Alliance, and I believe they have a presentation that they're gonna present today. So we'll talk about that. Also, the reading scores, there were 26 students who had been flagged for their reading scores. And I'm happy to report that on their NWEA during the summer school, they showed an increase, so they will be promoted to the next grade. We also discussed the 2 new classes that are gonna be at the high school: marketing, the CTE business class, and one was business math. So those 2 classes are coming to the high school in the fall, I believe. And we discussed the computer assurance, security assurance insurance that is going to be needed for the computers that we have now that we're getting, so that they will be covered and taken care of. And I believe that was pretty much it.
Thank you, trustee Rocket Martin, for the curriculum special education update. Are there any questions for Miss Trustee Rocket?
Oh, I have one more
Martin? Oh, go ahead.
thing. Yeah, we also discussed renewal of our parents that would support our special education program. Audrey Lewis has been our representative for the past 2 years, and she's wanting to do it again. And the other, we have a new person, Latoya Norwood, who would also like to be a representative on that special ed committee.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much, trustee Rocket Martin. Next on the, are there any questions, comments, or concerns for trustee Rocket Martin regarding her committee report?
Yes, Madam President, I would like to recommend, just for moving forward, that when we have our committee meeting, that we be able to get these reports out as soon as possible in writing, so that the Board of Education will have this information rather than just hearing it for the first time at the meeting here tonight, because I did miss some of the information from what she was saying. I couldn't really hear you clearly.
Oh, I'm
If we
sorry.
could get that out in advance, so we can have a summary as our chairman of our meeting, of our various committees, we can get it out so people can have an overview, they can know what they're looking for.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, part of what trustee Rocket Martin and I are working on is what that process will look like. Whether we have a standard template or Google Doc that we use and update for the committee as we need to, but we'll figure out what that looks like. So it'll be easier for you guys to get that updated and sent out.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes. I sure will.
I'm sorry, what I stated is a reminder that trustee Rocket Martin and I are working on our committee's process. And so Secretary Triplett mentioned meeting minutes for committee being sent out prior. And I mentioned that one of the things we're working on is what that template will look like, so that we can make it easy as possible for trustees to take notes and be attentive during the meetings as well. So we'll give updates on that. All righty. Next on the agenda is the Facilities Committee report from Vice President Bradley.
Good evening, everyone. We had a facilities meeting on August 4th, and that was to make up because our last meeting was delayed due to the budget hearing. We had to discuss some ongoing issues and other things related to facilities. We discussed the systems that are in place now and how they are utilized district-wide to report facility issues. Currently, our facility team utilizes a system called School Dude or School View. Is it School Dude? I think, okay. We discussed having the facility director and principal do periodic walkthroughs of each facility to make sure needs are addressed. We discussed implementing a quarterly facility needs schedule so that we know what is coming up And if we could have a system put into school for events, this will ensure checks and balances and that things are being done correctly when we have events. We also discussed making sure that building principals are reporting their facility needs in a timely manner so that, they can get any issues resolved. Discuss the building demolitions and bids and how that process is going to be going. And we're also developing a facilities master plan in conjunction with our strategic planning. And we are also waiting on an update from our engineering firm regarding our high school boilers. And that's all for that report.
Are there any questions, comments, or concerns for Mr. Bradley regarding the facilities report? And just to provide a little more clarification as it relates to the schedule. So it would be something similar to knowing that we have football season in the fall. So we want to make sure that the stadium is up to par for guests and making sure that the bathrooms in the football facility are clean and look nicely. So kind of looking at what special programs we have and needs we have for our buildings and creating a schedule to ensure that there are some checks and balances that are done ahead of time so that when we have things such as graduation, we're not last minute trying to make sure those things are set because we have a quarterly plan maybe for May that includes May, June, and July needs and can kind of make sure that that checklist is involved for that quarterly list of needs for the district. So that's just to kind of clarify a little bit more what that quarterly system looks like, or creating a system not necessarily quarterly. And then for the walkthrough with facilities, trying to figure out whether that's something quarterly or how often that's done, but that would give the building principal that one-on-one time with the person that is over the facilities to point out any issues that they have in the building as well, so that we're not necessarily just responding to requests for assistance in the buildings, but we have an ongoing checks and balance so that the person that monitors that program and the building principal or administrator know that they have that set time to go in and look at things eye to eye as well. So just to provide a little bit more clarification on those two pieces, because that was a big part of what we discussed. So thank you, Vice President Bradley, and I am glad that you're here today. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, Secretary Triplett may have had a question. Okay, so we'll begin with Secretary Triplett, and then next we'll go to Treasurer Creighton. Okay, you have the floor.
So this is to the facilities director, not the facilities director, to the chairman of the facility committee. So there is no structure in place as it relates to facilities here, the facilities that our students are actually in at this particular juncture. Everyone on this Board of Education, including the superintendent, received over 172 pictures of the facility here at Benton Harbor High School, at Fairplain East, at Fairplain Middle School. And here on graduation, the week of graduation, as we talked about at the last meeting, it was deplorable. And as of last week, just walking through, nothing has changed. And so for me, I would like to know, I don't know why this is something new, because whoever is over the principal is in charge of the building. And so when we talk about the facilities as it relates to the athletic facilities, if you will, as I shared with you at the last meeting, there was a football camp that was held for our kids. Over 75 kids came to that football camp. The same picture, the same thing on those pictures was still there. There were plants growing up through the bleachers. There's, I don't know, it looked like fungi or something, fungi all in the base where, like at homecoming, when the band comes in at homecoming, everybody go down to the rails, it's just green stuff all over the place. There are broken stairs in that football stadium. Trees, weed, grass, all over the place. And like I said, this was sent in May and nothing has happened. Now, I know that we've been in transition as it relates to identifying a principal. But the aesthetics of this building, the aesthetics of all of our schools need to be above reproach. And if we were to leave out of this meeting collectively tonight and walk through, and I did have an opportunity to talk to the chief of student services because he was on the ground. And so he had an opportunity to see those things. So I guess I'm kind of confused as a former principal that the athletic director, the chain of command, the principal of the high school, the athletic director is responsible for the facilities, the football stadium, the basketball, the gym. And even if you go in the gym, and I'm gonna send you all those pictures, which again, on the bleachers are muddy, they are filthy, and they have been that way. We hosted a tournament for the district, and it was embarrassing, to say the least. And if you walk down there now and pull those bleachers out, you will see the same thing. And this has been this has been for 2 years. So I appreciate you all even having that discussion in your meeting. It just seemed like to me that everything is so brand new and there is so much uncertainty. And it appears that people just don't know what it is that people are doing here. And so I am very concerned about that. As I shared, as I close, you know, on graduation, our superintendent went out and pulled leaves and helped and what have you. And they went through, and there's mold. I don't know the correct terminology. I don't know what it is that's growing up under the bleachers in that stadium. Our superintendent, which he did not mind going out to help and participate, but that's not his responsibility. We pay people to take care of this. If he wants to go out and do a service project, that's fine. But for our superintendent to have to go out, come out of his office, pull up his sleeves just to make things happen, that's not right. And so I'm very, very, very concerned about it. And I will be sending it back out again because it appears that no one is aware. It's like I did not send this information. But thank you all so very much. And I would like to see in the org chart who is responsible for everything on this campus. Thank you.
You're welcome. And additionally, one thing that we left out of the report, and I'm sorry if Dr. Townsend was planning to mention this as well, but we discussed how that org chart is going to be handled as it relates to supervision of the person that's over operations and facilities. And that's going to be transitioning a little bit. I'm not sure if Dr. Townsend wants to, you can go into that right here.
Tess, yes, long story short, we, as far as a district organization, facilities director will be reporting to the chief of student support services, which is Mr. Mark Miller. And we'll ensure with all the pictures that we've seen, we got everything written down. Mr. Johnson transferred all of the tasks, things that have been taken care of last year and the work that needs to be done moving forward. That's our number one priority, is to get our facilities up to par. When I came in February 17th, February 2020, it was real bad shape. And I just want to reiterate also, we moved from Hull School because it was mold and mushrooms growing through the floor. We put them young people in Martin Luther King Elementary School. We closed down Hull Elementary. Additionally, I want to share that we had a vehicle drive into our building more than one time. You know, it's a shortage of staff all across the district, not only in teachers, but also in the maintenance and the custodial level. It's a lot of work that we're trying to catch up on from the decades of respectfully neglect in some cases. Don't forget, prior to our new director, we had a gentleman working from the RISA supporting us with facilities for about 2 years. So, you know, we inherited a lot. No excuses. We're going to get it done. I'm asking for grace, mercy, and an opportunity to get it done. It's on our agenda. We're knocking it out every single day. No excuses, though. We're going to get it done.
Madam President.
Okay, give me one quick second. So I'm going to just interject really quickly as chair for 5 seconds. One of the things that I have struggled with the most is getting us through these meetings in a timely and efficient manner. And so what I am going to ask everyone as we proceed with our agendas is, as we're going through the reports, kind of note your questions down so that you can make sure that you're staying on topic and hitting your points. And I'm gonna also ask, because I know facilities is a hot topic right now. We spent a significant amount of time on facilities. I know we had a 4-hour meeting talking about the status of buildings and facilities. And so I want to ensure that as we have the conversation, because I know we're just at facilities meeting, that we're having it in an effective and efficient way and not repeating the same sentiments that we've probably heard for our last 3 meetings for July. So I respect everybody's input and everybody's opinions. But as we proceed with this meeting, I just want us to all kind of tune into what we've already said previously in this conversation and in previous meetings, and ensure that we are being effective and efficient in our communication. Because I don't want to cut anybody off. It's hard for me to do that. Of course, I'm not going to interject, but I'm asking that each person has some self-control for themselves in their comments so that we don't go too lengthy and windy. And that's it. So I am going to first pass to Treasurer Creighton, because she hasn't had an opportunity for her comment or question for Mr. Bradley. And then I'll go back to Secretary Triplett. And if there's anyone else that's waiting after that, then I'll call you as well. Okay, you have the floor, Treasurer Creighton.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Triplett did cover a few of my concerns. I had the pleasure of attending the football camp for our children a few weeks ago, and I actually just kind of perused the parking lot and looked at the field. I wasn't a participant in any way. I was just a bystander, but I'm glad that you guys are having those conversations, because from a parent and a community perspective, I did have some concerns, but I'm glad that you guys talked about it. I just wondered, do you have a timeline on when, I know that you guys talked about a schedule, but I just wondered if you have a timeline, because fortunately and unfortunately, football season has started and it will be starting. And so that was one of my major concerns, was just kind of like the timeline as we ride through the parking lots. It's a lot of grass and stuff growing. So from the finance standpoint, being the chair of the finance committee, I know that we are in contract with some people. And so I just kind of wanted to point that out, which would potentially lead into some of the things that we talked about in our finance department, and being accountable, for the finances and being good stewards. And some of it is budgeting, which I think our finance director is doing a really good job at. But I think the other part is, trying to budget the money and, make sure people are being accountable. I think there are other people. And so I'm glad that you guys are restructuring that, Dr. Townsend, so that there's some accountability with the people that are on the grounds, because it's hard. Although facilities is a hot topic, I know our finances too. And I appreciate Mr. Johnson for prioritizing the money. And I'm glad to know that he's going to get some help with managing our facilities, so that things can get done in a timely manner. So that was a big concern of mine. And also, as we return into school, I shared with one of my fellow board colleagues. I have a lot of parents. I've been not trying to go to grocery stores and public places, because a lot of parents are asking and concerned about our return to learning plan and COVID updates as it pertains to our buildings. And so I just kind of wondered, are we cleaning buildings over the summer? Did you guys talk about that? So that's where that timeline come in at, our buildings clean and ready for students as it pertains to that. So that was pretty much my question on the timeline. Are we ready? Are we in good shape? Do we need to do what we did for graduation, which was kind of being together, get out there and get some things in order? Because we're willing to do that, but I know that this is our last meeting before, so I just kind of wondered about that. Thank you.
I know we did discuss having them clean the buildings and making sure that maintenance goes through. making sure that maintenance goes through the buildings and get the Clorox machine. So I know we did discuss that in our meeting. So that's one thing. I think that timeline will be about 2 weeks for that before school starts.
And then, next we have Secretary Triplett. You, asked a question or made a comment that I wanted to speak to. So as it relates to the systems that we mentioned, they do have systems in place. So for example, last year I was on the committee as well, and, Dr. Townsend had a summer cleaning program to get ready for back to school. So, I mean, a summer cleaning list and schedule. So there are things that they have in place that they've been utilizing. We discussed how can we further make those better? And how do we increase the communication on every level so the checks and balances are in place? I just wanted to speak to that. That was something that they were doing, but we spoke more so on how do we make that a better system? And then I'll go back to you for your follow-up question or comment.
Okay, I'm gonna be brief, and I want to say this to Dr. Townsend. Dr. Townsend came in February of 2020. But there was an athletic director here prior to you coming. There were people here working. And this didn't happen in a year. This has been ongoing. And I think that it's time for us to stop playing these games and be straight up with what is going on. I was totally embarrassed. It was grass up to my ankle in the parking lot over here at Fieldstruck Field. There's weeds taller than my shoulder. So it has nothing to do with the superintendent coming in February, because this right here is the thing that really, really bothers me, is that nobody stopped getting a check, period. And with that, I'll pass the mic.
Next, okay, are there any other questions for Vice President Bradley? Hearing none, we are going to pass the floor to Treasurer Creighton. I'm going to give you control of the floor for both your finance and HR reports, and then you can respond to questions and comments as you'd like to for both of those. You have the floor, Treasurer Creighton.
Thank you so much. So pretty much I'm going to start with HR. For HR, human resources, some of the highlights, I think it spilled over from our facilities meeting, that special meeting. We wanted to find more about administrative contracts and renewal or non-renewal. And so we went over some topics that our chief of HR talked to Clark Hill and got some advice on some things to clarify some points from that. So we learned about the administrative contracts and also the evaluations of our employees and procedures in viewing those evaluations. We also talked about the reason for separations. I know we've had a lot of individuals that have been leaving our district, and this is a commercial right now. We are hiring in various areas. So if you know someone that knows someone, please direct them to our Benton Harbor Area Schools.org website. We are hiring. We've lost a lot of individuals for various reasons. We talked about 33% being COVID related. I'm sorry, 33% being that they moved out of the area, 24% for COVID related reasons, and then 21% they moved or changed career fields. And so that was pretty much the data that we talked about for reasons why individuals are leaving Benton Harbor area schools. There is a process that our chief of HR does in the form of an exit interview to find out, why people are leaving, so that we can track the data and know how people are feeling when they leave. So that is an optional meeting or interaction, but there is a process in place. We also talked about turnover data as it pertained to that, and she went over for the last 2 years, people leaving, people coming in, changing jobs, so on and so forth. And then lastly, pretty much what I said, we are hiring. They've been interviewing, they're working countless hours trying to post vacancies, vet applications, interview individuals and then go through background checks to get people on board so that we are fully staffed by the time school starts. So again, if you know someone that knows someone, encourage them to apply. We are looking for homegrown Benton Harborans that are looking for work. We're willing to hire people from anywhere, but we would like people that's here, that know our kids, know our community, and that are looking for a place to work and stay here. So that's my HR report.
Are there any questions for Treasurer Creighton regarding her HR report?
Madam President.
You
I
have the
did-
floor. Go ahead.
In the HR committee meeting, I did speak about someone who lived here, who have taught here before, and they want to come, they're here in this community. And I noticed that we were looking for a music teacher. So I did have an opportunity to reach out. And some of the conversation that was held with the individual was very, very impressive. You know, that was very, very, I don't want to say concerning, but it broke my heart because this family has been in this community for over 100 and some odd years. And you know, when people start feeling nervous about coming to the school district to work, I don't think that we're just being transparent when we talk about why people, I mean, totally transparent as to why people are leaving, why people are resigning, why people are not coming, why people are afraid to come here. And I don't think that we've had those conversations. And those are some conversations, some hard conversations that we're going to have. And I don't know exactly how to do it in order to be within the parameters and the guidelines of the Open Meetings Act. You know, so we will not be in violation. But there are a lot of people that left. And when you hear some of their conversations, some of those people feel like they were forced out of here, forced to leave. And I'm quite sure several of us have had conversations and individuals because they call us and they talk to us. And so when you send them back, they're afraid to go back because of, even if they're afraid to go back before they leave. If you got regular staff, they're afraid to go back out of fear of retaliation. So I think if we're going to sit here in this board meeting as a board of education, because everybody knows it's not like people don't know. And it makes it look like we're not on top of what it is that we're doing. So I definitely, I really want to put that out there because I have been doing my best. I have been calling people and asking people and posting to come back. And many of, I've heard this, I will come back, but I do not want to be a part of no foolishness. And I am not willing to put my career on the line in the way in which things are today. So I definitely want to put that out there. Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions for Treasurer Creighton? So I want to kind of add an additional comment as it relates to HR. My comment that I would have to those people is that if you're doing the exit survey or when you're doing the exit survey, and I believe these are people that may have left or people that are afraid to, or saying they don't want to come or things of that nature. But we need for people to give us truthful information on our surveys and to give us truthful information as it relates to what our issues are in our school system so that we can work on those. And so we don't want to give an impression that these are things that we're not listening to. We are listening, but you have to give us the feedback in order for our administrators or our superintendent to do things about it. But one thing that I will comment on, and I have to be completely open and honest and transparent about, we as a Board of Education are the brand bearers for this district. This meeting is a meeting of the Board of Education and is held in public. If we are the brand bearers, we are responsible for being transparent and discussing the issues that we have in our district. But we also are responsible for talking about the amazing things that we have in our district. And to be honest, one thing that I've noticed is that because we're focusing on getting the work done and fixing the cracks, we're calling out more attention to the issues that we have than we are the success and the glory. And so we want to make sure we balance both, because we want to give people good news and good reasons to come to our district, but we also want to be truthful and transparent about our issues. And so I think that we have a strong responsibility as a board to make sure that a fair balance is taking place, because there are great things about our district. And although we talk about facilities, we talk about HR issues, those are issues that every school district has. The difference between us and other school districts is they're not in their meetings throwing each other under the bus. And so we have to be different in how we conduct business and making sure that we are selling our district to parents and other communities and employees, but not disallowing ourselves to be transparent. And I think as a district, that's still a growth and a process that we're going through, but I think it's two-part. And so I had to acknowledge that as a chair, we could do a better job in making sure that we're sharing the successes of our school district as well, because there are some amazing teachers, amazing programs, and awesome things. And so we have to do a little bit better at making sure we celebrate wins while we're also focusing on the issues. So with that said, I am going to defer back to my lovely Treasurer Creighton for
Thank you so
her
much.
finance report,
Oh,
right?
actually, I do want to respond.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm the chair. So we're gonna pause.
This is my committee report, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
we're going to allow, someone had a question for Treasurer Creighton?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
I
so-
was more interested in the teacher in training program. What's the data on that? How many people have went through it, became successful? And is this a vital asset to the district? Like, how many are actually, they're enrolling in it? How many are graduating from the program and getting their license? Do you guys have any data on that?
Okay.
Thank you.
And then you
Okay,
can, you can
I'm-
respond and then go
yeah.
into that.
Okay, so I'm gonna give Mrs. Gales or Dr. Townsend an opportunity to kind of pull up whatever, and I'm gonna respond to Secretary Triplett and then pass the mic to them. But that is a great question, and we did talk about that as we are still recruiting for that and the phases of that, but I'm gonna let them talk about that more in depth. I just wanted to point out that I neglected to say that we've had two HR committee meetings, and we had really, I'm sorry, one was a committee meeting and the other was an interview, but we had a really, probably our best meeting that we've had since we've been on the board. And I think it's in response to what you were talking about, President Robinson, where we are rebranding, you know, and a part of that rebranding, we have to build trust. We have to trust each other, but then we also have to show our community and potential people that we're trying to recruit, parents, staff, and students, that we are to be trusted. And so as we grow, we will glow. And so that's what we're working on. We had a really good meeting. And then it spilled over to our interview. We were interviewing for an administrator. It was a really good meeting. We did a lot of soul talk, if you will, where we talked about our passions and we talked about some things that we're not only looking for in candidates, but although we don't get paid here to be on this board, I still think there are qualities that we have to make sure that we are displaying. And so as we talked about administrators and administrative behaviors that we're looking for, or skills, those are some things I think were teachable moments for us that we still have to make sure that we're professional, even though this is not a position we're compensated for. You know, there are still qualities that we must display. And so I think as we spend more time with each other and we're learning, we're growing, and we'll be glowing real soon. And so I'm thankful and grateful for that. And that committee is Ms. Rockette Martin, myself, and Secretary Triplett. also Miss Elizabeth Gill, she's the chief, and then our superintendent. Oh, and our HR assistant, which is Marvin. And so we had a really good meeting. And so I'm gonna pass the mic to the superintendent to talk about that TNT data.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback off of Treasurer Creighton. Yes, we're moving in the right direction, so let's keep the momentum. With regards to TNT, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be able to share some information with all of the board. We do present that data to the Benton Harbor Education, excuse me, is it the Education Foundation? Is who we present that information to, where that program is paid from. And in fact, we're looking for them to vote again to fund that TNT and teacher in residency, teacher in training program for this upcoming year. But I'll make sure we share that data with our Board of Education members, so you can see where we are with it. Great program, trust me. Everything has to get off the ground and run, but I do believe it's going to keep us staffed for the long haul. Thank you so much.
And I did get the opportunity to meet this weekend at our Riverfest. I was talking and trying to recruit, and the young lady said, actually, I hope I get selected to be a part of the teacher and training program because I applied. And so that really warmed my heart.
That's good. That's amazing. It's still
And I met her.
You still have the floor too.
Okay, so we're gonna move to our finance committee. If there are no more questions. Our finance committee meetings are very concise and organized. We do receive all of our charts, and it's like 100 and something pages. But so we do receive them in advance, so we're able to have efficient meetings. Our finance director is preparing for some of our year end. He was kind of closing out his budget, which it sounds so simple, I guess, looking and know that the year ends in July, in June, but so many things spill over. And so we just kind of talked about the revisions and all of the reports pretty much from June until June of 2021. Things are changing as they're closing out and paying different vendors. And then we talked about, and this was a pretty hot topic, our school resource officer. In our community, we know that, there are several things going on. And so we are praying, but we are also preparing to make sure that our students are safe while they're here in Benton Harbor area schools. And so we talked about that school resource officer, bringing back a school resource officer to protect our students, our staff, and our parents. And so Dr. Townsend has been working really hard with the Barron County Sheriff Department to make sure that we have someone. And so I'm not positive where we are with that, but that was a big conversation. And I think we all felt pretty good about the work that's being done as it pertains to the school resource officer. And then we talked about some of those pictures that we did receive, because like I said, our finance committee and our facilities, because of the payments and the finance and the contracts. So we did talk about some of those contracts and just ensuring accountability. And so it was good to know that the facilities committee kind of walked that through to see what that would look like. But that was pretty much what we talked about, all of the different budgets and how things are closing out. Unfortunately, we didn't start at the beginning of a budget cycle, but we'll be closing out one. And so there was a lot of conversation about understanding those reports and the budgets.
Thank you, Treasurer Creighton. Are there any questions for her, Vice President Bradley?
I just had a comment. They did this, we had the training this weekend, and I attended the school safety and security, and they did discuss school resource officers and some of the things that entails. And it was very insightful how that program works. And basically he was just breaking down how that would work in the relationship with the community as well. And a lot of the districts around the state utilize it, rural districts, urban districts, suburban districts, they all utilize that, and they have them at different grade levels. So I'm glad we're trying to get something back in place with that.
Thank you. And one thing that I forgot, I know that, it's been a buzz in education talking about the pipeline to prison and police officers, policing students. And so Dr. Townsend's big stance on that is that he's going to make sure that our school resource officer or officers are trained to de-escalate situations so that we're handling things within the school in a restorative way, and we're not policing. And I think that's important. And I brought that up. That was very important to me. So I don't want anyone to run with that. We are aware of the pipeline to prison, or the prison to pipeline, however you would like to refer to it. And this is not what we're doing. We're trying to ensure safety in our schools. Things are spilling over and may spill over from the community. And so we have to be proactive because we have a responsibility. And so there are trainings for that, some restorative justice things in place where our student services could work directly with those resource officers. And so they've been doing a lot of work with that. And this is not a new program. We just, we kind of lost grips with it due to COVID and not being able to pay people while we were out of in-person learning. And so I'm glad to know that we're being proactive so that we can start, hopefully, school with one.
All right, Secretary Triplett has a question regarding finance report, I believe. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yes, I appreciate getting that information. So I guess I do have a question, because was our security guards fired or were they laid off? And because we do have people, one thing that's very, very, very important as police officers and the issues in a community like ours, the African-American community, it is important that we have people. Our security guards were critical, even in some of our lives as students here at Benton Harbor High School. Our security guards lived in this community. Our security guards know our people. They know our parents. So I'm not sure what happened. I know during the pandemic, they just disappeared. So if they were fired, I'm not sure if that was the case, but if they were laid off, then they need to be considered and brought back into the fold, because they know our community, they know our kids, they know these kids. And so, we just have to be realistic about that. These are some of the things, and definitely not being negative, but also accountability is mandatory. So what happened to our security guards? Why are they not called back? Why are we not having those conversations? And they should easily be available and accessible to come back in these schools and start working. So you have to have somebody new, and the restorative justice, restoration officer or resource officer, that's fine. Whatever you guys have discussed on that. So we got security guards, and our security guards need to be back in these schools, because they know right now what's going on even in this community today. So I would hope that people would take that into consideration and with no foolery, and get these people back in their positions and moving forward.
All right, so I'm gonna allow, I believe, Ms. Gail wants to respond to Secretary Triplett's comment, and then next we have Trustee Bowens, who will comment after Ms. Gail. You have the floor, Ms. Gail.
Good evening, everybody. I would like to offer a correction, if you don't mind, and information that I hope will be useful to everybody. So this information relates to the security guards. It is true, those positions no longer exist. The people, however, who were in those positions are mostly still with us. We have decided as the district to rebrand the security guard positions, which were by nature punitive, and had that mentality of punishing or almost prison-like mentality. We have replaced them with similar positions in order to advocate for our youth. Those positions are youth advocates, where we have provided additional training to our people. Most of the people who were security guards were actually hired in the youth advocate positions, which we now have. And we are trying to rebrand the relationship that our employees have with our students. That all goes under the umbrella of, I'm sorry, are you okay? We are trying to rebrand our district and put that whole positive behavior scope. I just want to make sure that you're okay. PBIS, to have the scope and have a positive how we view our children and our community. That is the reason why we rebranded security guards as youth advocates, not only in name, but in the meaning of the position and how they approach our students.
Okay, okay. So just as a reminder, out of respect for the Board of Education and your chair, when the board is conducting this business, we just need to allow the person that has the mic to have the floor, because we pass the mic to ensure that we're able to conduct board business in an orderly fashion. So I'm asking that we respect each other, we respect ourselves, we respect the business of this Board of Education, and remember why we're here. And at this point, I am going to pass the mic to Trustee Barnes. And if no one has been able to tell, President Robinson, your chair is not here for it today. So we're gonna get through our meeting efficiently and effectively, because many of us are trying to go to a prayer meeting to pray for our community. So we don't have 5 hours to sit here and rehash the same conversations we've had for the last 8 months. So today, I'm not with it. I'm gonna pass it to Trustee Bowens for your comment. You have the floor, Trustee Bowens.
I have two questions, Madam Chair, to Dr. Creighton. I mean, Ms. Creighton, Trustee Creighton. Right. I'm prophesying.
That sound good.
Right. With the governor signing the education budget, have you guys discussed how that would impact Benton Harbor area schools and the benefits of that? Okay, with the governor signing the education budget, have you guys discussed that and how it would impact Benton Harbor area schools?
So I'm gonna pass the floor to Mr. Johnson, because that hasn't quite trickled down to us just yet, but I believe he's preparing a response.
We'll be happy to include that topic at the next finance committee meeting.
He stated that he'll include that topic in our next finance committee meeting, but just to answer your question, Trustee Bowens, we haven't gotten to that particular topic just yet.
Okay, my next question, I was listening to Ms. Gill, and the idea of rebranding, you can't rebrand relationships that the staff develop in the community. So my question is, where did this concept of rebranding come from? And is there data that changing it works? Because I know it's been 14 years since I've been in school, but when we seen security, we didn't care what they were called. We had a relationship with them, and if they seen, they were on the job. What's the concept and what's the data on rebranding? Because so many times we're rebranding the tiger, it's now shaping the future. It's restored the war. You rebrand so much where you lose your identity. And that's what I'm concerned about, so.
So I know it sounds like, well, we don't have security. That's not true. It's called student support, student advocates. So for example, when I was the assistant superintendent in Wayne Westland, we had 2 high schools that had 1,600 students in each school. And we only had 1 security guard, but we had what we call climate and culture coaches who were trained in restorative practices and social and emotional learning. When I came to Benton Harbor, February 2020, you remember we had a lot of those incidents at that one elementary school that kind of went viral on social media. When I got to the high school, I'm not going to put nothing negative out on the mic, but it was a situation. And I just went to the practices that I know that work. Even when I was a high school principal, I only had a resource officer, but I had four, we call them SEL counselors. And what it is you're proactive with the students, you build the relationship. The same people who held those security roles are also in the youth advocate role. So it's a name change. Additionally, we have to also ensure that we're in compliance with the funding source that it comes from. So I know, for example, right when I came over here, the way you fund things out of something, for example, called 31A at-risk funding, you could not fund specific things unless it met a specific category. So it's just really right sizing best practices with the state. We have security, we just call them youth advocates, and they're trained differently with restorative practice and being very proactive. When our young people came back to in-person learning this fall, I don't think we had one suspension in high school, if I'm not mistaken. And maybe Mr. Mr. Miller can speak to that. And we were probably about 60% in capacity. So I think we're going to be fine when it comes to that. But let me share this. As of right now, we do not have a school resource officer. That's a major concern of mine as the superintendent, because even when we go back traditional, all the problems of the world are still there. Remember, there was a lot of active shooter training, remember what happened in Florida. Those threats are still there. I remember when we put the mural outside of the high school, there was a lot of threats coming through of people saying what they were going to do to the community because of the Black Lives Matter in the street. So we just want that layer of support there. But actually, I got the training today. We want to ensure our resource officer is trained in conjunction with our administrators on restorative practices, social and emotional learning, and all the highly effective de-escalation techniques. But I'll make sure that we can share the actual language of what youth advocates do so our board could be comfortable with the approach. And I do want to ensure we get the same people who are, who got the respect of the kids in the community, the security, that no one, I need them here. I'm saying, I want you to come through and apply and get them on board with the team so they can be on point with this. Thank you.
So when people are laid off, and I guess I have to think back on what Trustee Bowen said with the rebranding, because when we look at our security guards, those are our friends, those are our family, those are our aunts, those are our cousins. So I don't know who came up with this thing about rebranding who they were. I just hope that we're not rebranding them out by the way we rebrand and write that job description. So when these people come back, again, if they were security, if they were laid off, then they need to be called back in those roles. And if those job descriptions have been changed to wipe out people from our community, that is a concern of mine. And I did have that concern when I first saw the practice of job descriptions being changed specifically for specific people and wiping out people in this community. So I did have that concern, Madam President. I just want to make sure that when it's time for school to open, that if my understanding, if you're laid off, you call back. It was police in this building 2 or 3 years ago. They had a program, they had state police, they had sheriff department, they had police in this building that our kids knew nothing about them. And our security guard, they would not talk to them, but they would talk. I want to speak to Ms. Singer. I'll go get Ms. Ellen. Because when they saw the police, so we say a resource officer, somebody in here with a gun, if that's the case, and all of these different things, what are we sending out?
Well, let me say this, Coach, and I say this respectful. We got to rebrand, and let me not say rebrand. We have to revision how we do resource officering because I don't believe in that school to prison pipeline. A resource, when I was a high school principal, I went to NASRO, the National Alliance of School Resource Officers, the conference with my officer, and there was a different approach. Now, I want you to do, maybe you can do some homework. Anybody in the community, this is a public meeting. If you call the chief of police in Westland, that was my right-hand guy. Okay, I was over all the schools, 20 schools in Wayne Westland when I served as the assistant superintendent. I think the arrest rate went down by 95% from the police to the school community because of our approach with our climate and culture coaches. I want to bring that exact practice here. Also in Southbridge, we reduced arrest by 70%. So we're not looking to get police in here to grab kids up out of here. I want to be safe in case someone outside our community come in and try to harm our kids, to make sure those officers are trained to support us. But resource officers are any last line of defense. We use them as counselors. They have a relationship with kids, not to do anything disciplined. If you're trying to call someone to the office or to the class to deal with a kid, we don't call resource officers, we call school administration. Administration handle everything discipline. That resource officer is the last line of defense for anything dealing with students. And that's just for protection. Right now, we do not have a resource officer. I've met with every agency in this area. Right now, we have nothing. So I just want to pre-message that. I did speak with Sheriff Bailey today. I hope to hear some information later this week about potential resource officer support, because right now we have nothing, no arm, nothing for our babies in case somebody wants to harm them outside our community. I just want to share that.
Okay, so I am going to make a special request, if it's okay with the chair of HR, that particular topic be on the committee meeting for this month. The people that we have in those advocate positions, the resource officer, what that security piece looks like, because as a community, we know that we're dealing with the crisis. Myself and Dr. Townsend were able to go to the press conference, and he spoke about the role that education plays and how we're trying to ensure security in the school as well. So it's definitely a topic that needs a little more research and just ensuring the board has a full picture of what that security system looks like for the fall, so we can ensure we're ready. And then I'm going to pass the floor to Vice President Bradley, who has a question or a comment for HR, and then we're going to proceed with the order of business for today.
Yeah, I was just going to say, with the, I hear what you're saying, Ms. Gail, about the rebrand. I mean, sometimes changes can sound different. It did feel good to walk into the school and, see a familiar face. So I always do love those relationships, even with our security staff. My uncle was a longtime security staff up here for years. And also, seeing the different ones, and sometimes we'll talk amongst alumni who graduated around the same time frame, and we'll have a good laugh about some security situation that happened or who was our favorite, because you could always see them in the hallway. So no matter what they get rebranded to, as long as they're still here in place, it's going to be good to have that relationship here in place.
All right, thank you. So we have gotten through board business with our committee reports. As you all can see, there's a lot of good work that takes place in our committees. Another thing that you all don't see that we rarely mention in board meetings and have to do much better is that we also attend trainings.
I think Mrs. Gail had her.
Oh, did you have a comment, Ms. Gail? Okay, go ahead. You can make your comment and then we can proceed.
I'm so sorry. I just thought this would be useful for the board. I
Okay.
hope it is. I actually thought I said it, but it may be that I just meant to say it and
Okay.
then forgot. To Mr. Triplett's point, as far as I'm aware, all of the people who were people who are youth advocates were all the same people who were security. I'm not aware of anyone who was not a security staff before. So I'm not sure where the concern is, but those are, can you wave, Miss Ellis, please? Thank you. Ms. Singer, we have everybody else and we're happy to provide the list. Those are the same people. I just want everybody to have that information with additional training. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Robinson was brought back as well, but then he resigned for his own reasons. So he's one that I know isn't here, but that was his personal choice. Okay, so what I was adding is that we do board trainings as a majority new board. We want to ensure that we know how we conduct board business as it relates to the Michigan Association of School Boards. And many of us attended training this past weekend. We constantly do trainings, but I realize that we're not sharing with the community that we're learning. We want to make sure that you know that we're not just up here having debates without being properly trained to do the work of the Board of Education. So I'm gonna be marinating on how to ensure that we can share things that we have learned in training. I know Vice President Bradley has something that he has requested to share next month. So you'll see that moving forward. And that just kind of goes along with the business of the board. But we're gonna move it right along. I'm gonna pass the mic to Dr. Townsend, who is beginning with Graduation Alliance. We have Ms. Carolyn Taylor, who's going to do that for us today.
Yes, thank you so much. So at the last board meeting, I heard loud and clear that our trustees want to hear more about Graduation Alliance, which we voted on. So I'm very excited to announce Ms. Carolyn Taylor to come and share Graduation Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So good to be with you all today. I drove here from Cincinnati, Ohio. Go Bengals. When I walked in, I saw the little Bengal target there. I think we have a little video just to give you an overview of what our program looks like, and then I'll go into some details and take some questions as well. So there's a brief video here.
I'm perfectly fine with board members relocating to the audience if you would like to see a little bit better as well.
And there should be some sound as well with the video.
Yes, there is sound. Bear with us.
It all starts with the individualized needs of your student, ensuring they're on track for graduation and planning for successful post-secondary lives. We know that the best classrooms are those with an expert educator standing at the head of, which is why we set up online courses the same way. Licensed educators who are specialists in the subjects they teach.
Can you pause it and start it from the beginning? Well, we try not to start until we get the sound.
It all starts with your students. Ensuring graduation planning for successful post-secondary. We know that the best classrooms are educators standing at the head of, which is why we set up same way. Our teachers are licensed educators who are specialists. They lead every class. Sometimes all the students in need are just original credit. They're not we often need because they are homebound, suffer with medical issues that make it hard to go to school, or they're supporting families or parenting, or they're dealing with behavioral challenges or facing housing instability. Whatever the reason, sometimes a teacher, even a great teacher, isn't enough. That's why we connect them with a personal academic coach to help set and reach goals. And tutors who are available any time of day, any day of the week. And a local advocate from their neighborhood to help them overcome the social obstacles that are standing in the way of school. This group of students, grad allies, stays with them every step of the way and surrounds them with 360 degrees of support. So what does a partnership between your district and Graduation Alliance look like?
A brief presentation and then we'll go into some questions. Do you got it, Ms.? Okay. You can go to the next slide. So I'm Carolyn Taylor. I'm the Vice President of Program Development for Michigan and also for the state of Ohio. My trustee colleague, Doris Gibson, is not with us today because she just had a brand new baby girl. So my colleague Abby Perkins is filling in for her while Doris is out on maternity leave. But that's our contact information. So if you have any questions about the program and how your students are doing, please don't hesitate to reach out. So our organization, we're based in Salt Lake City, Utah, and our expertise is really focused on helping students that can't or won't go to school. And we're really a tier 3 option for your students. So you've got the wonderful high school, you've got your alternative program, but what if students don't get through those programs? So we're kind of that catch-all, and we're really dedicated to helping and serving kids in this community. So our organization nationwide, we've partnered with 250 state and district partners. We've served over 30,000 alternative education students and growing across the country. So we're fully accredited by Cognia. We have NCAA compliant courses. We also offer ACE credit, which is the American Council on Education. So students in this program can earn college credit as well that can transition into some of the community colleges here in the state of Michigan. And we're really based on quality matters. It's a competency-based model. And we have a very thorough alternative education team and remote learning team really dedicated to helping kids nationwide. We work with youth and we also work with adult students. So you may not know, here in the state of Michigan, there's a program called Michigan 23+. It's free of charge for adult students that exited high school before getting a diploma. So there's a lot of different safety nets that we have out in the community. It's totally free of charge. And students that don't get through high school before the age of 22, we've got another safety net out there for them as well. Go next slide. So the problem we're looking to solve, and this is just tragic, and this is what keeps me going every single day. Every year, 1.2 million students drop out of school, and that's tragic. That's a student every 26 seconds or 7,000 students a day. And that's really what we're working to solve. If you graduate from high school, you will earn on average close to $300,000 over the course of your lifetime. The cost to society is close to $755,000. I see some folks nodding their head because if you don't have a high school diploma, you're more likely to end up in jail, need social services. So it's really critical to get that high school diploma. And on average, high school graduates earn close to $10,000 more per year than a high school dropout. And that's really what I get up every day trying to solve for our communities. Next slide. So how the program model works, again, we're not replacing anything that you're doing in the high school. This program is available to students that are currently here if you refer them into the program. And we can also serve students up until the age of 21 that dropped out of September 1st. And so how does this all work? Every student gets a Google Chromebook computer with Wi-Fi. So we take the excuse off the table. I can't get online. The dog ate my homework. We give you the advice to do that. But quite candidly, if we just handed students a computer with a username and password, this program would be a complete failure. So it really takes the people behind the scene. The first thing that we do is we do a curriculum crosswalk with the graduation requirements here at Benton Harbor, because if students complete with us, they don't earn a diploma from Graduation Alliance. They earn a Benton Harbor diploma. So it means something within this community. And so we look at your courses and your graduation requirements and our courses, and we do a one-to-one match, and we build an individual learning plan for each and every student that's in the program. We have Michigan certified teachers that are working with these students to help them with pace and progress. The program is asynchronous. What that means is students can go online at any time of the day to do their courses, and they've got teachers that are really facilitating that instruction. So if they have any questions or need help with their assignments, there's a teacher contact information there at any point in time that they can reach out to. We also have teacher mentors that really evaluate the work of our teachers. So a teacher giving a response of good job is not considered good enough. We really want them to give candid feedback and really help these kids. In addition to the teacher, they get an academic coach, and that academic coach is really focused on pace and progress to keep these students focused and on task. Students have to complete a half credit of work each month. If they don't, they go into a warning status. If they don't in the following month, they go on probation. So we're not going to let students linger out there and not do any work. Oftentimes, we do have students that do more than that half credit. We're not going to hold them back. So once they complete those 2 courses on the dashboard, we add additional courses. A lot of times we'll start out with a core in a elective course because we want students to have some wins early on in the program. So you've got your teachers, you've got your academic coach, and then for social emotional, we have a position called a local advocate. And we're always looking to hire local advocates from the communities, because it's really key that they understand this community, and that helps with social and emotional support. Right now, we're still doing these, what we call meetups. So there's meetups every week with students. They're typically not on school grounds for a variety of reasons, a local library. Right now, we're still doing them remotely because of COVID. But the students meet up and work with their local advocate. They proctor the exams for students and really connect them to resources within the community. And as you may have seen in that video, we also offer 24/7 tutoring. So you've got an online program with the technology and a whole community really working to help these students succeed in the program. And again, the district decides who goes into the program. We can serve dropouts, and we also get referrals from Josh Perkins and your alternative education program as well. Next slide. So this program is cost neutral and fully funded via Michigan 23A. So every time a student is taking credits with us, the district can claim 1/12 of their per pupil funding each month the student is making satisfactory academic progress. We only bill you if a student is making satisfactory academic progress. So on the billing report, you'll see a status called clear, a status called warning, a status called probation, and pause. You'll see the probation and pause, but those are not included in your invoice. So we always give students one more chance if they hit probation. We use pause a lot of times to finalize graduation requirements, but sometimes if a young woman has a baby or somebody has to go to a facility or something, they can hit pause, you're not billed, and they come back into the program when they're ready to come back into the program. Also, death in a family is sometimes what we use pause for as well. So again, it's completely cost neutral. You can also claim 1.25 FTE. So this year we've been doing a lot of work across the state with summer school programs. So essentially you can have a fully funded summer school program for students that are credit deficient or failed a class as well, because you can claim up to 1.25 in funding each year. So progress must be equivalent to what a student can earn in school. So if you think about that 0.5 credits, if you annualize that, we are a 12-month program. That's 6 credits per year that students can earn. That's minimum. You can go to the next slide. So what type of students would be a good fit? This just gives you some of the common instances that we deal with. So students that have dropped out or the district feels are at risk of dropping out, students that cannot or will not attend school. That's really, if the students are willing and able to come here and be with you all, that's where they should be. So we're really dealing with those students that can or won't come to school due to family complications, social emotional issues, pregnant or parenting, or some of the cases that would qualify for Michigan 23A. Go next slide. So some key facts about our program. I have a sheet, if you're interested, that goes through all of the results for the state of Michigan. We are working with about 70 school districts here statewide, and I'll leave those for you. Again, completely cost neutral. So over the past year, we've had around 1,300 graduates across the state. That's over the course of the program. Our retention rate is about 90%. That's month-on-month retention rate for the program. On average, students in the state earn about 0.52 credits per month. Referrals. If you sit down with a student and talk to them about Graduation Alliance, those referrals really convert at about 91%. And then a lot of times districts, and Benton Harbor did this, provide us with a list of their dropouts. Those are a less conversion rate just because a lot of times these students have been out for a long time. It's really hard to find them, and those list names convert at about 9%. Go next slide. So this is your administrative dashboard. This is real data. So at any point in time, if you all want to see how your students are doing, you can log into the system, see the conversations that are going on with our team and your students. So to date, we're just ramping up with this program. We already have 23 active students in the program, and then we have 13 that are pending. We're just getting their paperwork. And again, we just started this, not even a full month into the program. We already have, I gotta get a little closer here, 6 counted classes this month, and last month we had 10 counted classes, and then we've had 1 meetup. So we're really just getting this program up and running. And I really appreciated President Robinson, what you were saying about celebrating wins. Nothing better would make me happy than to come back here and talk about some graduates from your program, these dropout students that got over the finish line this time next year. Next slide. So we just got a new study. We did it with a nonprofit group out of Chicago called Mission Measurement. It was called Project Genome. And we made ourselves a little bit vulnerable and said, well, how good are we compared to other dropout programs across the United States? And the data is pretty compelling. You can go to the next slide. And we really had them look, one point that's really key because of COVID, we had them look at data because we didn't want it to be skewed from October 2017 through February 2020. And again, they're evaluating other dropout recovery and prevention programs across the country. And so some of the findings, there were 7,796 students in this study. The measure of success was high school completion. And so in our population, we had 3,600 students complete, and the efficacy was about 46%. So if you think about a dropout, we're starting from 0 and going to 46%. So on average with this study, the other providers were at 36%. So we were 10 points higher than the other dropout prevention programs that they evaluated. We were also lower cost. So the cost per outcome, we are about $8,423, and the other programs were closer to $12,500. So we were lower cost and had better results. If you go to the next slide, the one thing that's pretty interesting, we like to talk about what we call line of sight, and this is really hard to see. But if a student has less than 5 credits, the efficacy goes up to 75%. So we can get even a higher graduation rate if these students are really close to the finish line and helping them to get over. We can serve students in 6 through 12. For the younger students, we measure success. Can we get them back into the building and back with you? Because that's where they should be. For those older students, can we get them over the finish line for the program? I think that's the last slide. So I'd be happy to take any questions. I feel bad having my back to everyone too. It's good.
I would like to begin by thanking you for driving here.
You're welcome.
to Provide this presentation. to
A
us.
pleasure being with you. Sure.
Yep. Ms. Trustee Rocket Martin, give me one quick sec. Oh, you can't hear? Okay. Is my mic on? So I was just saying thank you for her driving here and providing a wonderful presentation to us and letting
Sure,
me know
happy
the
to do
Board
it.
of Education appreciates you. And now I'm going to pass the floor to Trustee Rocket Martin for her question.
Sure.
Computer program do you?
So we develop our own courses. It's based on Quality Matters. It's completely accredited through Cognia, but it's really designed for at-risk use. There's not a lot of long reading passages in the program. We try to make the content really relatable. So the example I like to use is earth science. Our teachers are doing that demo from their kitchen and talking about the Earth's core. Students have to be able to read at a 5th grade level. If they can't read at a 5th grade level, this is not the right program for them. And we also can serve students on IEPs and 504s. We have a director of special education. It's very individualized with those students to make sure that we want to set people up for success in the program.
Okay, thank you. I had a question for you. So I like that you mentioned that you give them chances. You have a probation process because you want them to be held accountable. I was just wondering, I guess, how many opportunities do they have? Like, how does their probation work? And is there a point where they're dropped? And if they are dropped, do they get an opportunity to re-enroll?
That's the district's decision. So students are held to a lesser standard for the first 2 months, so they don't have to get that 0.5 initially when we want to get them in a good cadence. So we don't tell students you can do less work, but they can for the first couple of months. After that, they have to be doing that 0.5 credit. If they don't, then they go on warning, then they go on probation. They have one chance to be in probation. If they don't cut it, we will deactivate them from the program. However, they can come back to you and tell you what they're going to do differently this time around, and you can get with us and we will put them back in the program. But we don't want students to continue that game of, going through it, getting deactivated and coming back. So we'll have them write an essay on what they're going to do differently when they come back into the program. But the long and the short is it's your choice after they go through probation if you want them back.
Okay, my second question is, I really like the administrative dashboard. Is that something that the district has access to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, next we have Secretary Triplett.
Thank you so much for coming here to Benton Harbor. I guess my question would be, you said that you already have 23 students from Benton Harbor enrolled in the program
Yes, sir. We just started.
and 13 and this is a tier 3 initiative. My understanding, just to hear that it's from 6th to 12th grade, my understanding when it was presented to me as a board member, that graduation alignment would identify those students in the community that had been out of school, that had dropped out of school already, and that they were students, like say, for instance, you're 17 years old, Ben Harbor High School, and you only have 4 or 5 credits. And it would be difficult because by the time you would finish, you might age out. So I guess my understanding was a little bit different because the urgency came that we wanted to be in competition with a newly opening charter high school. So now I'm seeing something completely different. I'm hearing something completely different. If this is tier 3, so if they go to Mr. The principal at the alternative education school, and he just makes a recommendation that you go to Graduation Alliance versus being in our alternative program, what type of interaction, what type of conversation have been held or are being held with the high school principal, the principal of the alternative ed, which is tier 2, and Graduation Alliance, before these students have already been identified. They got this information of our students who from this district were involved in having conversations with these parents, because do we have 10th graders that's in Graduation Alliance? Do we have 9th graders that's in Graduation Alliance already?
I can get you the data. We've been focused on your dropouts initially. So the students that have aged out, or you can't find these students. So we were given a dropout list to try to find these kids. That's the first order of business right now.
Because we're trying to do something which has already been tried.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
Equally important is the vaccination changes.
And right next, we have Vice President Bradley.
Board could start asking itself.
I really didn't have a question. I just had to comment. I really did like the presentation. Thank you for driving all the way
Oh,
up.
you're sure.
I do wish this program was around, for some of my family members years ago, that didn't get the opportunity to graduate. I like how it's very user friendly for the district and also very good for the students as well. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions from the Board of Education for this regarding this presentation?
As they did in every coronavirus study done in.
All right, hearing none. Thank you. Dr. Townsend, did you have any questions for her or want to add anything additional to this presentation?
No, thank you so much, Ms. Taylor.
Absolutely.
Thank
My
you
pleasure.
so
Thank
much.
you. Oh.
All right, awesome. Next on the agenda, we have Dr. Townsend again with a contract renewal staff report S1. Dr. Townsend.
Yes, submitting for board consideration, administrative contract renewal, facts and analysis. According to the revised Michigan School Code, section 380.12292, the following contract is being brought to the board for renewal. Jeff Weber, Facilities Director, Central Administration, Policy Reference 3124, Employment Contract. The recommended action is that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve the contract renewal for the aforementioned staff.
All right, thank you, Dr. Townsend. Is there a motion to approve staff report S1? Is there a second or support? The motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin that we approve staff report, accept and approve staff report S1. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Where did they get the disease? The answer was from the vaccinated individual.
My opinion.
No vaccine prevents you from getting infection. You get infected, you shed
The
pathogens.
excuses,
This is especially true
I
of
just
viral respiratory.
incompetent.
You just
in
don't
my
get
professional
symptomatic.
judgment
So
and
you cannot
observation.
stop the spread.
It is
Not make these
unacceptable
planned on, get better.
the way
by
these
doing anything
facilities
you're doing.
look.
Because that is the
People are
nature
not
of
being
viral respiratory.
integral.
And you
There
can't
are things
prevent it with a
that happen
vaccine.
in these
They
buildings,
don't
and
do
I
the
think
very
that
thing
it's the
you want them to do.
responsibility of this board of education to do their due diligence and make sure, because this is not about all of this. We don't have anybody, people don't want to come here. You need to find somebody that's gonna do this stuff right. And it is unacceptable. We walked in these buildings. We've seen these buildings that our kids are in. If I can come to this board of education in 7 months and go through and walk through all of this stuff, and you a facility director. And that's what your profession is. the way that our schools look, where our kids are going to school, and you also talking about getting a raise. This is unacceptable. And you guys have seen the pictures. There are no excuses about people not working, employees, complaints, employees leaving the district. It's some things, and not sit here and act like you do not know about any of this. You can vote your conscience, but this is, I cannot support this, and it is not personal. For me to come in here and say, oh, it looks so nice, the floors are whacked, and everything is nice for the Board of Education, but it don't look like this for our kids. Our kids are not received in this manner. And I'm not impressed being on no Board of Education, because when I walk up in here, the floors are shiny, and our kids' floors and our bathroom and our facilities are light, are things, and I did share with you all, things that you guys know. I cannot, this thing has been here 3 times. And it is not right. It's just, I can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett. Any other questions, comments, or concerns from the board regarding staff report S1? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett, can you please call the vote for staff report S1?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, no. President Brady,
No.
Trustee Vaughn,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan. Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, staff report S1 has passed. Next on the agenda, we have business and finance. Mr. Johnson will be providing staff report F1. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you. The subject is
You can't hear me.
Mr. Corson, let me know how much money you need to get everyone a mic. You let me know what you need to ensure that we're fully functional and we can get that done.
subject is monthly financial reports. Reason for board consideration, a set of financial reports is provided to the Board of Education each month. Facts analysis this evening, it is recommended that payments for all of the district's funds be approved for the month of June 2021. Policy reference is 6470, payment of claims. The recommended action is that the Board of Education approve the June 2021 payments for the funds listed below.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Is there a motion to approve staff report F1? Is there a second or support? The motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Treasurer Creighton that we approve staff report F1. Any questions, comments, or concerns regarding the monthly financial reports? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett, please call the roll.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Vaughn,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is human resources. We're going to pass the mic to Ms. Gail. She's going to begin with new hires, staff report H1.
Madam.
Yes, Trustee Bowman.
Madam President, with the staff report, I know for the sake of time, is it possible with the new hires, unless we can do them all at once, a consent item today?
So what Trustee Bowens is asking is whether or not we have any issue with doing a consent agenda for the new hire. And so I don't know if anyone's had any concerns, but I think if we could just, it would be my preference, being that we've approved the agenda as it stands, that we go through each report.
Okay, I was just saying because I know somebody
Yeah,
mentioned
but
about.
but I understand what you're saying. A consent agenda does allow for the order of the business to be processed a little more quickly, but I think HR kind of wanted things separated so that we can vote on each individual person. So we have it that way now. If there are in your committee meetings where you all see that there's limited things and you want to make a consent agenda, that's perfectly fine with me, but I prefer we go in the order of business as it stands right now.
President Robinson.
You have the floor.
I agree, and if we could just give her permission to read the individual's name and position, and then take the vote.
That's fine with me.
Yep, and
Yeah.
if people have questions, they can still do that, but she doesn't have to read the entire staff report.
All right, so what she's saying is you don't have to read the verbiage of all of the form. You're just gonna do the person. I mean, you can read it for the first, do the person in the position, and then we'll whip through them like that. All right, so that's teamwork and that's progress. Because if anybody's been at this meeting, you know we'd be 50 minutes once we got to HR, and I think we just got through that really quickly. So I'm gonna start with Ms. Gail. You can begin with staff report H1.
Before I start, if I may just provide information, you may notice that a report, I want to see, H5 has been removed. That is because a person has at the last minute withdrew their acceptance of the position and decided to go to another district. That is the reason that that report was removed. Additionally, we have talked at the Human Resources Committee saying that we're in full-on hiring mode, and we may come with a request for an additional board meeting because we have people, as a matter of fact, 2 minutes before the meeting, I had a person accept a job offer, and we would very much like to process those as soon as possible so that people can start in a timely fashion with all of their paperwork completed.
I already have one in my pocket for you.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Report H1, submitting for board consideration to approve the employment of staff in accordance with the revised school code and other general laws of Michigan, facts and analysis. It is recommended that the board approves the superintendent's recommendation for hire for the following personnel. Policy reference is either going to be 4120 employment of support staff or 3120 employment of professional staff, and I will not read that part. So we have Catherine Hatch, paraprofessional at the high school. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve the employment of the aforementioned staff. Did you want me to read the rest or?
No.
Oh, no.
Is there a motion to approve staff report H1?
So move.
The motion has been made by Secretary Triplett and supported by Vice President Bradley. Any questions, comments, or concerns regarding staff report H1? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett, please call the vote.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley. Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton.
Yes.
Trustee Bond,
Yes.
trustee Buchanan. Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
motion carried.
Staff report H1 has passed. Staff report H2, Ms. Gail.
We have Tamisha Napier, teacher in training, special education at the high school.
Is there a motion to approve staff report H2?
I approve. Oh,
So move.
All right, the motion has been made by Secretary Triplett, and I'll take Treasurer Creighton as a support.
the other way around, but go ahead.
Okay, the motion was made by Treasurer Creighton. Do you support trustee? I'm sorry, Secretary Triplett.
Speak louder so you can be acknowledged.
Do you support Secretary Triplett?
I do.
All right, the motion has been made by Treasurer Creighton and supported by Secretary Triplett. Any questions, comments, concerns regarding staff report H2?
I'm sorry, I just really need to make a quick comment.
Go ahead.
This is the young lady that I met. I had a really good conversation with her. She is from Benton Harbor. She has a strong family tie in Benton Harbor. And so I hope that it works out for her and that she's given good support so that we can get her certified. She does have a master's. And so I'm hoping that we can get her certified. And I think she's working on her master's, but I would like to hopefully get her certified so that we can get someone that stays and that's committed.
Thank you, Treasurer Creighton. Any other questions, comments, concerns?
Madam President, I also second, the Napier family has been wonderful. I'm excited. I went to school with her. And it's exciting to see another young graduate from Benton Harbor High School, an alumni and a community member, take one of these positions. So I'm just excited about this and I hope it goes well for her.
All right, thank you. Secretary Triplett, can you please call the vote for staff report H2?
Madam President.
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton.
Yes.
Trustee Bowen.
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan.
Yeah.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, staff report H3.
We have Richard Alexander, teacher in training, PE at Fair Plain Middle School.
Is there a motion to approve staff report H3?
So moved.
The motion has been made by Secretary Triplett and supported by Vice President Bradley. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
One of my former students was a part of the Winter Within program at Martindale Elementary, graduated the class of 1994. An amazing father, raised his children, supported his wife in those endeavors. So glad to have Richard with us.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Secretary Triplett, please call the vote.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton.
Yes.
Trustee Bowen.
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan.
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next, we have staff report H4.
Deborah Anderson, administrative assistant and receptionist at the central office.
Is there a motion to approve staff report H4?
So moved.
The motion has been made by Secretary Triplett and supported by Trustee Buchanan. Any questions, comments, or concerns regarding staff report H4? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett?
President Robinson.
Yes.
Vice President Bradley.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton.
Yes.
Trustee Bowen.
Yes.
Trustee
Mhm.
Buchanan.
Yes.
And Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Staff report H4 has passed. Next, we have staff report H6. Ms. Gill.
Jeff Comfort, teacher, band, Fair Plain Middle School.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve staff report H6?
So moved.
The motion has been made by Secretary Triplett and supported by Vice President Bradley. Any questions, comments, concerns regarding staff report H6?
President Robinson, staff report H4, Ms. Goodman, oh, did you get who make?
The motion, I believe, was Secretary Triplett and supported by Buchanan. All right.
I have the document that you can look on. Okay.
All right. I believe we're on, is it H6? You had a comment?
I'm glad to see that we have a band director at the middle school level, so I'm happy about that.
All right, me too. I was a band kid as well. All right. Secretary Triplett, can you please call the roll for staff report H6?
President Robinson.
Yes.
Vice President Bradley.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett. Yes. Treasurer Creighton.
Yes.
Trustee Bowen.
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan.
Yes.
And Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next, we have staff report H7.
Joshua Fairbanks, teacher, 6th grade at Fair Plain Middle School.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve staff
So
report H7? The motion has been made by Secretary Triplett and supported by Vice President Bradley. Any questions, comments, or concerns regarding staff report H7? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett?
President Robinson.
Yes.
Vice President Bradley. Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton.
Yes.
Trustee Bowen.
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan.
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Next, we have staff report. We're on H9. Is that correct, Ms. Gill? H8.
H8. Kelvin Butts, Dr. Kelvin Butts, principal at Fair Plain Middle School.
Oh, thank you. Is there a motion to approve staff report H8?
So moved.
Support.
The motion has been made by Secretary Triplett. Was that Treasurer Creighton with the support?
I tried, but I don't want to fight, so
Bowen.
I'll let them have
I'm
it.
sorry, Trustee Bowens. Trustee Bowens with the support. Any questions, comments, or concerns regarding staff report H8?
I do have a comment.
Go ahead.
I did have the opportunity to meet Dr. Butts. We had a really good conversation and we're hoping that he will be a great fit for our children and our district.
Thank you. I'm excited that he's a doctor
Yeah.
at the middle school level. I'm very excited. You have a comment, Secretary Triplett?
Yes, absolutely. Amazing interview with Dr. Butts. I hope that he's treated properly and that he is supported and in every way possible. He's very seasoned, very excited about coming here to Benton Harbor. And I think he'll add something to this transition. So thank you all for this opportunity, but I feel good about it. So let's make
And
sure
he's
that
bringing a tiger with him. So he's bringing a kid that he does plan to enroll in Benton Harbor High School.
he's bringing his son. Yeah.
Any other questions, comments, concerns regarding staff report H8?
Hearing none, Secretary Triplett?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley. Yes. Secretary Triplett. Yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan. Trustee Rocket Martin. Motion carried.
I used to do the same thing. I would call myself and wait on somebody to respond. So don't worry. Staff report H9.
Alex Oviedo, teacher, Spanish, Fairplain Middle School.
All right, is there a motion to approve staff report H9?
Okay, Bradley.
The motion has been made by Vice President Bradley. Is there support? The motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. Any questions, comments, or concerns regarding staff report H9? Okay, Vice President Bradley said he's excited to see we have a Spanish teacher also coming to the middle school level. So I'm really excited for our middle school program. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley. Yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan. Yes. Trustee Rocket Martin. Secretary Triplett, yes. Motion carried.
All right, next on the agenda, we have separation of employment, staff report H10, Ms. Gill.
Separation of employment, reason for board consideration, a list of employees whose employment relationship with the district is or will be separated is submitted to the board each month, facts and analysis. It is recommended that the Board of Education votes to accept the separation of employment of the following staff. Policy reference 3140, resignation and termination of staff. We have Jordan Lambert, teacher, PE, resignation that was effective at the end of the year.
Is there a motion to approve staff report H10? The motion has been made by Vice President Bradley. Is there support? The motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Madam President, I do have a question.
Go ahead.
So why are we voting on this now if it was effective June 11th?
So that's a good question. We are voting on it now because the resignation was submitted since the last board meeting. And it is effective on June 11 because that is the last day of the teacher contract. So we could not bring it before because we didn't know he was resigning.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm not clear. He resigned on June 11th.
No.
So when did he actually resign?
I can find out, but his resignation is effective June 11 because that is his last day of work. That is the last day that our teachers work according to their contract, June 11. So that is what we put down.
So all of the month of July, we had a July meeting.
But
Nobody
we
knew.
didn't know
But
he
we
was
didn't have the-
resigning.
Yeah, we didn't have the letter,
Yeah.
but because they don't work over the summer, their last day of work, that was the date we put on this contract. He's not coming back, not being renewed, so it ends at the end of the school year.
Okay.
And I think you clarified, he resigned since our last meeting. Okay.
And I can give you the exact date. It has been since the last board meeting and we submitted right away. We do not wait.
So do you did have an exit interview with that person, right? And we have that information.
We have the information if here. I don't know off the top of my head, but it was so.
I don't need it tonight. I'm just asking, do
Second.
we have that information
That
available?
information is a part of the exit procedure
Thank
that is a standard procedure for every employee of the district.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Secretary Triplett?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley, Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowen,
No.
Trustee Buchanan, Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
I'm sorry, I have maintained my professionalism this entire meeting, but trustee Bowens, you have the meanest no.
No. Delete my yes.
So that's why everybody took, because when you say no, you mean it. And we can tell the way you say it. So thank you everyone for your votes. Next, we have staff report H11.
Jean Holiday, teacher, virtual teacher at the high school, resignation.
Say that again.
Jean Holiday,
She taught at the high school.
oh, a virtual teacher. She taught science, virtual teacher.
All right, is there a motion to approve staff report H11? The motion has been made by trustee Rocket Martin and supported by Vice President Bradley. Any questions, comments, or concerns regarding staff report H11?
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Do we have any other virtual teachers? Because I haven't heard, I just wonder, are we going to continue with employing virtual teachers or virtual employees?
So I was just waiting for you to call on me.
You guys are so respectful, but when you're giving your report and they pose a question to you, you automatically have the floor to respond.
Okay, so other than Edgenuity, which is our standard, we are actually, it is an unknown. We're still waiting to see what will happen with the pandemic. And that is still on the table for some classes. You may already know that various districts are making decisions one way or another. We're still leaving our options open because we want to be ready either way. Our numbers in our community are going up. So we just want to be, we are cautiously optimistic.
So how many virtual teachers or staff do we have? How many more virtual positions do we have?
So as of right now, I'm not aware that we have any virtual positions other than Edgenuity.
Okay.
But that may change at every level if, and that I'm sure that plan would be presented to the board before it's enacted.
Madam President.
You have the floor, Secretary Triplett.
Yeah, so first of all, I'm not sure what the process is as it relates to, we don't have a plan of action before us right now, how the school year is going to look next year. And I don't know am I misunderstanding? Is it their call of how we're going to open our schools, or is it the board, does it come before the Board of Education? The recommendation come from the superintendent, we're still waiting, because I am genuinely, honestly, I'm concerned for lack of information, but that's a conversation at another time. But I think, and this is something that's very important, I think protocol needs to be established. All across this nation, boards of education are voting for mass mandate. Will their schools be open? Will their schools be closed? Okay, not central administration making those decisions. So I'm just trying to get some clarification. So we need to hear as soon as possible how that looks. And if Edgenuity is something that we're doing, and the question is asked, how many teachers do we have virtual teachers? We don't have virtual teachers, but we have 10 Edgenuity teachers. This data should be something that just pop out of people's head because we've been doing this all year long.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett. I'm gonna allow Dr. Townsend to take the floor. I want to reset and remind everyone that we are on staff report H11, if I'm not mistaken, and this is regarding which gentleman? Or what's the person? Somebody
Jean
resigning.
Holiday.
So we want to make sure that our conversation is actually focusing on what we're here to vote for, because we're kind of getting sidetrack more on virtual learning and things like that, which is an important conversation to have, but right now we're focused on staff report H11.
Ms.
So I-
Dr. President
I'll pass
Robinson,
to
may I
Dr. Townsend.
clarify?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I guess, I was just asking in general because I didn't realize, that, we had virtual teachers. And so that question was just, I'm just wondering, if, do we have more people that we're waiting to resign? Will we have to lay them off? I guess that's what my thought process is and was like, okay, is this a person, like, why is this position existing if we're not virtual? I guess
Right.
that's kind of my thought process. So it wasn't to, cloud the,
Conversation.
yeah.
Yeah, and I understand. I need to clarify, Ms. Gill, are we on 12 or 11? I think we're on 12. It's 11?
Jean
Okay.
Holiday.
All right, thank you so much. Dr. Townsend, I'll allow you to respond.
Yes, under superintendent's announcements, I'll be sharing with the Board of Education what our recommended back to school plan is. There is no, so I met with Berrien and Risa superintendent and all the Berrien County superintendents. There's no mandated plan that needs to be voted on for the Board of Education, what return to school looks like. So for example, in the last academic year, we had to vote on the extended learning plan and the COVID-19 plan because that was unprecedented and new. But with the new recommendation, it's just about coming up with the best program for your school district that the board will agree with. So I'll share with you so far what our recommendation is. And then when the time comes, we can decide on whether we want to make specific things that I mentioned policy or not, such as mask mandates. So that's coming up in superintendent's announcements.
My request would be that that also be an agenda item on curriculum because it impacts learning, but that it also be on maybe our operations and facilities because it's going to also impact the return to school and the students and the safety. So we have some time to kind of flesh out what that's going to look like to ensure the district is prepared to bring that plan before the board. Any other questions, comments, concerns pertaining to staff report H11?
Yes, Madam President,
Go ahead.
This is the meeting of August, and it's just kind of concerning to me that that plan is not here before the public and before the people. School starts in a couple of weeks. So again, that's very concerning to me. Yeah, that's very concerning to me. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Townsend, I would also ask, I know that you did an amazing job with the return to school video last year. So if we could utilize maybe that same advertisement to get that communicated as soon as possible. Secretary Triplett, please call the vote for staff report H11.
H11, President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowen,
No.
Trustee Buchanan, Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next, we have staff report H12, Ms. Gale.
If I may, before I read this, I just want to point out that we have received another resignation today. And we just didn't get a chance to put it on, so that will be read at the next board meeting, but it will still be effective June 11. I just wanted to say that. This is Sarah Bischoff, Assistant Director of Literature and Curriculum or Literacy. This is supposed to say Literacy and Curriculum.
Is there a motion to approve staff report H12? Is there support? The motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Buchanan that we approve staff report H12. Any questions, comments, or concerns? I have a question. We just hired this individual, correct? Okay. Did we give this individual a survey or give them an opportunity to give us feedback?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And I am at liberty to share that another career opportunity came up
Okay.
and this person decided to take it. And I'm also proud to say that a lot of things have been put in place. So the new person coming in would have a lot of foundation a lot of foundational blocks of this program have been built.
Okay,
Madam President,
you have the floor.
I'm struggling with the June 11th as the date of resignation. When people are just as a standard piece that because that was the last day that they worked. When these reports come before us, it may have been the last day that they worked, but we want to know the date that they submitted their resignation. And all of these people did not submit their resignation on June the 11th. And we cannot continue to sit here and accept it. Give us the date that these people actually resigned and we'll move forward.
President Robinson, I do have a question.
You have the floor.
I noticed that this says
Great.
August 10th, which is today's date. And so I just wondered too, with this whole date thing, I was actually thinking that, like, what's the difference?
Can you clarify?
Records are being falsified.
Go ahead and
So,
clarify.
so Mr. Triplett, please note the information that I'm about to provide. The effective date or resignation is it's counted as the last day the person actually worked and got paid for. We also have a record on when they submitted it, but that would be effective for other positions. Whenever people submit their letter of resignation, they note when their last day will be. That is the day that is considered the effective day of resignation in human resources. The effective date of resignation for Ms. Bishop is today. As a matter of fact, today was her last day. She submitted this a couple of weeks ago.
So she has
the
been working through
effective
the
date
summer?
of separation, employment separation, has to be the last day that the person is engaged in employment relationship. That is a proper way to record the date, effective date of termination.
So,
Trustee Bowens?
so basically, like for today, the governor of New York announced he's resigning, but the resignation doesn't take effect for 14 days. So 14 days from now is his resignation date. So you're telling me this individual submitted that letter for effective today?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
That is correct. And we, regardless of when the actual date of separation is, we submit it to the board as soon as we know about it. So if a person submitted a letter, they knew that they were going to resign, but they gave us a month, we would submit that at the very next board meeting. We would not wait until that actually happens.
So are we, and I'm sorry, Madam President, can you,
You still have the floor, Trustee Bowens.
thank you. Are we actively engaging and recruiting an assistant director of literacy and curriculum? With this grant, isn't this kind of a danger zone for us to be aware of?
It actually, we are making plans and we were looking internally to appoint an interim and we're working on that. Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
And this is, by the way, the case for any position that becomes open.
All right, thank you. Secretary Triplett, can you please call the roll for staff report H12?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, no. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowens,
No.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
motion carried.
Trustee Bowens, that was a lot sweeter. I didn't mean to make you feel any type of way. You didn't have to change how you were saying it.
President Robinson,
Yes.
and we did know about this resignation from the HR and, we're hoping that Mrs. Gales will be able to find an internal candidate that could potentially, do this work.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, thank you, Ms. Gale. Next, we have Dr. Shelton for teaching and learning. However, I would like to pause to see if the Board of Education needs a recess. There are no objections. We will take a recess. We will return at, I'll say 8, because if I say 7:57, you all won't be here.
Recess,
Yeah. You all don't, you want to get done?
let's get done. You guys are rushing. Oh, our recording secretary got up. Let's do a
Okay, so
recess.
we'll take a recess for 5 minutes. That's a little shorter. So we'll come back at 7:53. So we're going to return to the business of this meeting. I return us to order at 7:53 PM. Next, we have staff report T1, Dr. Shelton with the MICLSD grant update presentation.
Madam President, that's not a staff report. It's a presentation.
Oh.
I just want to make sure, so we're not
Okay.
voting on it. And before we begin, I did want to have, Liz, I think Paul's trying to coordinate with you. We did want to draw everybody's attention to www.bhas.org to look at our new website that we have just released. We're working through a few kinks, so please, please, please be patient with us. I think Paul said that a couple of things, sub sites closed down and then they got them back up. And so it always happens that way, but it is absolutely beautiful. And if you have your computers on, you'll want to see it close up. I mean, it's very, very, very beautiful and clean, clear, crisp, legible. And we are at a principals retreat yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And one of the topics that we are going to be talking about is keeping it updated and what responsibilities might some principals or school administrative assistants might have, et cetera. But we're very happy. And I know that you clap, but please, please, our IT department, he pulled an all-nighter pulling this, literally telling funny stories of 3 different people across the United States and different time zones on the phone saying, okay, you push it, you push this, something gets fed through, you push this, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you, Paul.
And this is live for the public right now?
It is live, so you can go on anytime you like.
So what I would ask for our board to do, if you can, is after you get an opportunity to look at the site, if you could share it on your social media, so we can get the community updated that this is a new site. And then if we can get our page, our Facebook page for the district to share the website as well, so we can make sure people know about the good news. Did you have a comment, Secretary Triplett?
Yes, hopefully we'll be able to see updated pictures of the Board of Education members and what have you on there.
Everything. We
Oh,
are
we
going to
got
get
you.
professional pictures done across the board, everything.
But this,
Awesome.
please, ladies and gentlemen, you gotta, so this is a big deal, new interface. When people see them beautiful billboards in the community, and when they go to that website, it represents the change, tangible changes, and it's all gonna happen organically as well too. So major shout out to our IT department for leveling us up. Thank you so much.
All right, you still have the floor, Dr.
Thank
Sheldon.
you. And if I could add on to what Trustee Triplett asked about, I would ask, Madam President, that your board members think about a short bio of themselves. And if they can start to prepare that, so when we put out the all call, they can get that in and can go next to the pictures as we start to layer this whole process.
Give us a text limit, because you have 2 English majors on the board. We might go a little.
We've got Ms.
Overboard.
Liz to send an email out with the
Okay.
specifications.
All
Okay.
right, go ahead.
Per the request of the board, this is an update on the My Clatzy grant, and that's our literacy grant. Go ahead, Liz. You wanted to know about the plan. It's a 5-year grant. And I'm just gonna say with grants, one, each year is submitted with the budget, usually around October for approval. So the plan overall is what the state plan is. And so we plan a year at a time. We will go further than a year at a time with some of the positions that we know that we are planning to have over time. But it really depends on a lot of factors. This first year, we hit it hard, a lot of training. We got training coming up these first few days. Teachers come back. We've got some intensive training throughout the year. One of our trainings, letters training, we're going to be sending a flyer to our teachers who can actually sign up with the university to get credit, because they said the letters training is literally equivalent to getting a master's. That's how intensive the training is. For the following and subsequent years, we would have to budget as we go for new employees or shifting roles, et cetera, to make sure that the appropriate people are trained in the literacy skills that relate to what they're teaching and the grade levels they're teaching. So you see that for this beginning plan for 2020, 2021, the SLD read, the letters training, the disciplinary literacy, which is the secondary training, thinking maps, the Michigan Education Corps, which you guys voted on to get the tutors, the library and literacy, which you also voted on and approved, and to get our digital literacy up and going, our summer school instruction that focused on literacy, and then of course, key positions. Go ahead, Liz. So year one, well, honestly, the 5-year grant is $3,040,000, which is, they just divided by 5, $608,000 per year. So we have not been given information on carryover. I know they want as little carryover as possible, but I don't think there's going to be a stipulation on it. So if we end up not spending that whole 608 by September 30th of this year and say there's 50,000 left over, it carries over, and the next year we'll have 658,000. Again, it's a different type of grant, so I do not believe there's going to be a limit on it. I just know that the state of Michigan really is pushing us to spend these monies very focused on what we wrote in the grant. Go ahead, Liz. So here are some estimations. This is what some of our training is costing. I'm not going to go line by line, but I'll just let you look at it very quickly. And like always, I welcome questions during or after. It's up to you, referring to whatever slide. Go ahead, Liz. Another budget item is what we voted on and you guys approved, and that is to have up to those 9 tutors pre-K through 3rd grade. Go ahead, Liz. This is our budget. This is the budget for the materials. Again, mostly voted on and approved by the board. Go ahead, Liz. This is stipends. And I do want to point out, because I know that several of the board members have mentioned, how can we turn this money back around and have our people really benefit from it. And the best way that our staff, particularly our teaching staff, and not just our teaching staff, benefit from grants like this come through the form of stipends through the training. And we try to do that in the summer. I mean, there's a lot of training that we can do on our DPPD days, which is their work day, but we really try to do a lot in the summer so we can pay our teachers their $30 an hour stipend to get the training done. And so that is what you see in front of you. And some of this training, like the DLN, this training is coming up now, but it's actually offered through Michigan Virtual. So we're going to encourage our teachers to do this outside of their work time so they can get the stipend and log the hours. Go ahead, Liz. And then, of course, salaries. And like I said before, typically in grants, the majority of your money goes to salaries. The salaries look low right now because remember, we got the grant very late, so it only shows a percentage of the salaries that we're paying. But you can expect those numbers to all double, if not a little bit more, because I believe we were past the 50% mark of the year. Go ahead, Liz. So 21-22 plan is to continue with the foundational training, SLD 1 and 2, and we actually layered that. The letters training cohort model is going to kick in. We're going to continue with the disciplinary literacy training. Right now, the first one I talked about was the first series, but there's other series. Again, we're going to continue to support our literacy in early childhood by continuing to work with Michigan Education Corps. Library and literacy supports as identified and needed. And of course, putting money aside every summer for summer school to help pay for salaries, materials that support literacy. Go ahead, Liz. So the preliminary budget so far for 21-22, again, not due until October, has the salaries. We're not doing much yet, not quite yet with training, because we're waiting to see what we get completed before September 1, and then we'll go ahead and plan for additional trainings throughout the year. That concludes.
Thank you, Dr. Sheldon. Any questions regarding the presentation provided? And I know it was quite a bit of information, but this was in response to us saying we wanted something rolled out with what this grant looks like. So after you guys, if you have more time to look into it and you think of questions that you have, feel free to send those to Dr. Townsend. If
I
there's
do
no-
have a
Oh,
couple.
go ahead.
Oh, I just wondered, the program director and the grant manager, are those, who exactly is the program director and the grant manager?
Thank you for the question. And this is what we addressed before. So what we do in typical grants is anytime that we can reduce any of our central office salaries to be offset with a grant, because if we dedicate so much time, we can legally say, as chief of schools, yes, I'm chief of schools, but I happen to be spending about 30% of my time with this literacy grant, so I can charge 30% of my salary to it. So the program director is part of my salary. The grant manager is part of Tracy Davis's, who is our federal programs director's salary. And again, we do this across the board. The more grants we get, the more that we try to offset the overall salary.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? All right, hearing none, Dr. Sheldon, you can proceed with your first staff report.
Thank you. Staff report T1, subject is course adoption. Submitting for board consideration, the Board of Education shall adopt this list of new courses that have been approved. Business math. This course focuses on mathematical functions using whole numbers, fractions, decimals, percents that are required to function in today's business world, as well as handle personal finance. The ability to estimate and approximate answers in solving financial problems will be emphasized. Students will work with computer spreadsheets and learn to create and interpret graphic representations of numerical data. Business topics that will be covered include interest rates, job costing, merchandising, payroll, credit, tax, insurance, and global business. Satisfactory completion of the course satisfies 1 math credit for graduation offered to students that are in their 12th grade. Marketing education, CTE. This course is a course of study of how a product or service is conceived to the point it purchased by the user. Students will be exposed to the fundamentals of marketing, management, entrepreneurship, communications, economics, market segmentation, product decisions, from innovation to reduction to packaging, pricing, strategies, promotion, decisions, from advertising to personal selling, and placement decisions, from channel of distribution to displaying, salesmanship, and technology. In this class, students will learn vital skills necessary to be successful in any career they choose, as well as working in the school store. This is offered to grades 9, 10, 11, 12. Facts and analysis. The board shall adopt a list of individual courses that have been approved. The list shall include course offered by the district for credit or grade promotion and shall be used when determining when courses may be included in membership for state aid and purposes state aid purposes and for auditing purposes when examining the membership counted for state school aid on the count days. The list of approved courses shall include traditional offerings and courses offered through other means such as experiential learning courses, online courses, and all courses offered in shared time programs under appropriate provisions of the State School Aid Act, Michigan Common Law 388.1766B. The list of approved courses shall include all extended learning opportunities associated with each course and a description of each such opportunity. The list shall also include a description of the content of each approved course and documentation related to the course approval, including the list of above courses for membership. Policy reference 2210, curriculum development. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to adopt the list of new courses.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve staff report T1? The motion has been made by trustee Rocket Martin and supported by Vice President Bradley. Any questions, comments, or concerns regarding the new courses adoption? I just want to add that I'm really excited about business math. I've always felt that was an area that we failed to learn in school at some areas, and it's definitely needed to be a functional citizen. So I'm excited to see that we have that. Any other questions, comments, or concerns from the board? Vice President Bradley?
Also as well, business math as well, and marketing education, that's gonna be really good, especially with it's gonna, I'm happy to see that we have business math and the marketing education class as well. Always good to see those CTE courses in our programs. So thank you.
As a drawing card for our school district. This can attract other students to want to be a part of our district. The more course offerings we offer, the more kids we can attract to come to Benton Harbor area schools. So I'm glad to see this also.
Treasurer Creighton?
I appreciate also the two courses. I just had two small questions. Will these courses be offered in the fall? And then will they also create more job opportunities for teachers?
Good questions.
If you could please repeat it. I'm so sorry. I tried to hear.
Oh, you weren't listening, no, kid. But will they create new job opportunities? That was my second question. My first question, when will the courses, if approved tonight, be offered to students?
So I'll start with the last. Yes, these two particular courses actually will be offered. Sometimes we do put in front of you the adoption of courses to make sure we have them in our course guide in the case of, but these two, yes, we do plan on having these two courses offered.
Okay.
And business math, business math, we did ask Miss Nina Ross to come up from the middle school because
Okay.
that's actually her degree to
Okay.
teach the course at the high school. And
Okay.
we are, I think we're placing for hire at one point. We are publicizing and hiring a CTE teacher for the other.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? And I like that marketing education is a CTE course because I think there's misconception in the community that we don't have a CTE program. So I want to make sure that I point that out, that we do have CTE and that marketing education is one of those courses. So want to
Do
make
we
sure
have
the
a director?
community is aware.
Do we have a director? Do we have a CTE director?
Yes, we do. That's a stipend position, and Miss Shannon Rocket continues to be our CTE director.
Oh, okay.
And principal.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, any other questions? Hearing none. Secretary Triplett, can you call the vote for staff report T1?
President Robinson.
Yes.
Vice President Bradley.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Staff report T1 passed. Next, we have staff report T2. Dr. Sheldon.
Thank you. Staff report T2, subject Parent Advisory Committee nomination. Reason for board approval, Rule 340.1838 of PA 5451 requires that the Regional Education Service Agency or RESA Board of Education appoint a Special Education Parent Advisory Committee, referred to as the PAC, composed of representatives from each of its constituent local school districts. Facts and analysis. August 2020 marked the first time in several years that Benton Harbor area schools nominated participants to the PAC. The district is proud to send representatives on our behalf and to keep the Office of Special Education abreast of parental issues as they relate to students with IEPs. The following Benton Harbor area schools parents are recommended for nomination as representative members of the Special Education Advisory Committee. Miss Audrey Lewis, current representative, would like to continue. Miss Lewis attended 4 out of the 6 meetings last year. And Miss Tanya Norwood, new parent. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve the nomination of Miss Audrey Lewis and Miss Latanya Norwood to Berrien Risa for consideration and vote to the Special Education Parent Advisory Committee.
Okay, so just for clarification, this name says Latoya. Should it be Latanya?
Nope.
It's Latoya.
Latoya, and I
Okay.
heard my mistake on that.
Okay. All right. Is there a motion to approve staff report T2? The motion was made by trustee Rocket Martin and supported by Vice President Bradley. Any questions, comments, or concerns regarding staff report T2?
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
I have worked with parents on the advisory committee, and I'm hoping that we do develop or reinstate our own advisory committee. I think it's needed right now as we do our work. I'm hoping that that's something, I know that that's something that Dr. Townsend wants to do, but I hope that that's something that we can get started right away.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns regarding staff report T2? Secretary Triplett, please call the vote.
President Robinson.
Yes.
Vice President Bradley. Treasurer Creighton.
Yes.
Trustee Bowen.
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan. Trustee Rocket Martin. Secretary Triplett. Yes. Motion carried.
Staff report T3, Dr. Towns, Dr. Shelton.
Thank you. Staff report T3, subject purchase of student computers / devices, insurance. Reason for board approval. Purchases over $25,000 need board approval according to the most recent state of Michigan Department of Education threshold. Policy reference 6320 purchasing. Facts and analysis. Upgrades to the student technology is necessary to remain competitive and to support our educational goals. With the purchase of over 1,800 new student devices and based on the information from the IT team, it is recommended that the district purchase at minimum the first year of computer insurance. This insurance will cover damage, theft, and loss of device. You see the facts? Total $46,000. Funding source, insurance will be paid using Title IV federal grant under section 4109, subsection A, subsection 2. Must be identified as the part of the Title IV technology infrastructure. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve the purchase of insurance for student computer devices as presented through the vendor securely assurance for tomorrow.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve staff report T3? Motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by trustee Buchanan. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Yes, Madam President, I do have
Okay,
a question.
you have the floor.
I'm looking at this invoice and I'm looking, it says Fair Plain East and MLK. And then it also says Hall. I'm confused on that one. I'm not looking at it right, or?
I anticipate.
Yeah, she said you could.
Okay, I anticipated your question. And we have actually 2 of our IT people here to also respond if needed to give further clearance. This, I'm trying to make a long story short. This is a $32,000 this is a $37,000 purchase, I believe, and I have to look at it exactly, but we get discounted $32,000 because of being membership in E-rate. Again, it was, Paul, please help me.
Please, because I'm confused.
Yes, because it's actually very complicated.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Welcome to the mic, everyone, Mr. Corson.
Just for clarification, are we talking about the device insurance or are we talking about the switches, which is the next item for
Oh,
approval?
I'm so sorry. I'm on the switches side. Sorry, that's.
I
my
went
fault.
down the path too, sorry.
Thank you. Because I'm asking Secretary Triplett, what are
Sorry,
they
my
looking
bad.
at? Okay, thank
I
you.
will be happy to address the question.
You can come back next time.
Sorry. You know my question.
All right. Any questions regarding staff report T3?
I do, I guess since we're talking, so is this insurance for the one-on-one devices to ensure that, we don't run into the same problem? I think when we first joined the board, there was a big concern about devices not being returned or damaged. And so is this like okay.
Thank you. My question that I have is who's responsible in our building for giving out the computers and checking them back in?
So thank you for that question, because we did promise you a few months back, and I believe it was Trustee Bowens that had those questions and wanted to know. We took the time as we purchased these, and you guys remember, it took us a long time to get them because literally the country was out of them, and we found a vendor and we got them. But we took the time to get a plug-in for our Power School platform. And through our Power School, we now have an inventory system that connects directly to the kids. So we are going to be training our administrative assistants and any of the auxiliary staff that the principal chooses. But as they hand out devices, they will be scanned. It goes right into Power School. We know who has them. It'll have what the insurance tag is, everything. I mean, much more organized, no more spreadsheets, no more Google Sheets, none of that. It is in a good system that we did pay for, was not very expensive, but connected directly to the kids.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm glad that you guys, oh, sorry.
No, you still have the floor.
I'm glad that you guys have that process in place. I guess my question from January, it was January, first board meeting. Do you have the data on how many were damaged, lost, returned?
We don't have it quite yet because we're actually still collecting up, and getting the new ones also is going to be a bargaining chip of getting the new ones and bringing the old ones to make sure that we get them all back in to dispose of. Remember, I told you, they're like, some of them are over 7 years old and they have no value. But we are going to get that information, and we probably could query some information on the damage because most of our damages go through a ticket system, but that ticket system also has changed over the years. It would be a little bit of work to try to figure it out. Anecdotally, I can tell you that our old inventory, I mean, well over 50% of them have been recycled back for some sort of damage and some sort of repair.
So I just heard you say something that brought a question. You said you guys are going to be returning them back and giving them new ones. So you're basically preparing for worst case scenario, another year of virtual, or why would we be giving them?
No.
Okay.
Well, it's a one-on-one. I mean, the one-on-one initiative we've attempted to implement, and I think even before me, a one-on-one initiative has been attempted to be implemented. We're just moving forward with our one-on-one initiative to make sure that every student has a computer in front of them. Because if you remember, Michigan Merit Curriculum also requires that virtual and online and digital component that students have to be exposed to it. So we always make that a part of the curriculum, regardless of the pandemic.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make a comment real quick, please?
Go ahead.
Okay, tomorrow St. Joe Public Schools will be selling all of their old devices. So that might be a way to recover money if we look into that. They are selling their old devices. And so before disposing of computers, because we are using them personally, old computers as board members. So there might be a way, if someone can research that, President Robinson, ways that we could recover some kind of money for something with our old devices versus, disposing of them.
Thank you, Treasurer Creighton, for sharing that idea. All right, hearing no other questions or comments regarding staff report T3, Secretary Triplett, can you please call the roll?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley. Yes. Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton.
Yes.
Trustee Bowens,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan. Trustee Rocket Martin. Yes. Motion carried.
Thank you. Next, we have staff report T4, network switches. You're up, Dr. Corson, whenever we get.
Okay,
Mr. Corson.
staff report T4. Subject, district network switches. For reasons for board approval, purchases over $25,000 need board approval according to the most recent State of Michigan Department of Education threshold. Policy reference 6320 purchasing. Facts and analysis to ensure that all systems that relate to electronic communications network switches must be functioning properly. Network switches are what connect all of the electronic data within the district to one another. All of BHS's access points for Wi-Fi, phones, and desktop computers are connected via cables to network switches that allows devices to communicate with each other and access the broader internet. The purchase is a part of an infrastructure upgrade that will allow the data to travel faster and allow for handling of increased numbers of devices throughout the district in a more reliable manner. The ideal upgrade cycle to refresh every 4 to 5 years is recommended. Majority of the district switches were refreshed in 2015. However, several switches have not been upgraded since 2012. From a technology perspective, the district switches are robust, but are most likely beyond their intended lifespan, with several of them approaching twice the recommended time of their intended use. Funding source, general funds. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education votes to approve the purchase of network switches as presented through the vendor Vector.
All right, you're on, Mr. You must need to get another degree. I keep calling you doctor, Mr. Corson. I think Trustee Bowens was asking why Hull was on the invoice. You were going to speak to that.
Yeah, so the way that E-rate works and the way that all of this works is that we have to get bidded out on that process. The bid for these switches was actually carried out before we actually had a change of locations. This has taken a long time for us to be able to get to go through, and part of that process is that the supplier did not have any guarantee that they would be able to get the switches into our buildings. The reason that it has not been updated is because at the time of bidding, those were the locations that were provided to them that they were bidding on. So the process and procedure is that we actually have to receive them at those locations and then do a document transfer to transfer them to their correct location. So they are going to be going. So for example, the ones that are going to MLK, we will receive them at Hall because that is what was promised on the bid. We will then receive them at Hall and then transfer them through the documentation process to the MLK facilities, because that is the transfer of where the technology was bid and is going to be going, and then to where its new destination is.
Okay, so this additional transition of switches to the additional school, is this something that has to come back to the board to take place?
I do not believe so.
Okay,
This
so it's
is-
just you all managing that on
It
your
is us
own?
managing it though, but we are trying to make sure that we're following in accordance to what the actual procedure is.
Okay.
So we're not really being charged for MLK and Hall then? I mean, we're being charged, but
So the way the E-rate also works is that you will see a large number on that bill. These switches are close to $40,000 in total. What we are doing is E-rate is an allocation of funds. That allocation is over a 5-year period, and that allocation actually ended in 2021. We have actually requested an extension because the switches were not available to use the funds that were given to us. And those funds are given to us as a supplement to be able to upgrade our network infrastructure.
So here's my question and then
Okay.
I'm done. Sorry, Madam President. Do we have any switches actively going on at Hall? Because I know when MLK was closed, you could still, it's still used as technology or something was still there, a server or something was still there.
Yeah, so the technology that is in the old buildings or the buildings that are not in use typically is not current technology. So it is not viable for us to utilize currently. If it is something that we are able to utilize in the new building switch, then pardon the word switch, because I guess that could be confusing. But as you transfer from one building to another, we take the technology and we do transfer it to the new location with it. Some of that technology is a duplicate of what we previously had if we had more than one building operating simultaneously when we purchased that equipment. But
So in simple terms, we still do have switches at Hall, correct?
we do have old switches at home, correct?
All right, thank you.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Go ahead. So I know that you said we're transferring them, but will there be another installation cost? Or are you just saying we're transferring them for documentation purposes?
We are transferring them for documentation.
Okay, thank you.
Very good question. I just want to let you know that I really love when a person is very knowledgeable on what they do. And you
welcome.
simplified that for us. So Dr. Towns, a great job in hiring this man. If anybody can tell, I really like Mr. Quartz. So thank you. Any other questions, comments, or concerns regarding staff report T4? All right, hearing none. Secretary Triplett?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley. Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Vaughn,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan. Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Next, we have Student Support Services. Mr. Miller, did you have anything today?
Yes, I want to give an update on CARES count by
Okay.
Whirlpool.
Can you speak a little bit louder for us too?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Good. All right, I want to give an update from our last board meeting from CARES count by Whirlpool. The delivery and installation updates. All of our schools have confirmed to have the necessary hookups in place. So by August the 23rd, we will have one washer and dryer for each of our schools. And between August the 23rd and mid-September, we will have 3 additional washer and dryer sets that will be delivered here at the high school in the athletic room. So that's, I went around all our buildings with our facilities team, and it's great to see that we can upgrade all of our appliances, washers and dryers. And all of our schools will receive laundry supplies, including bags for transportation and at the time of the installation. The program communications by August the 23rd, Whirlpool brand will provide our school district with the following program implementations and communications. Program implications guide and best practices, communication flyers to send home to the students on the first day of school, announcing the program, social media posts announcing program availability. And we're going to do a data collection and reporting of our attendance, our academic achievements, academic progress, student engagement, and the laundry program fidelity. In exchange for these efforts, this creates a Whirlpool brand. They will offer us $10,000 per school per year for the grant for each year of participation. So each year that we participate and we provide the data, we would get $10,000 to our school. And that's it for the updates.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. And I didn't know if you had a presentation today, and I was gonna get ready to say, make sure you had one next
Yes, ma'am.
month. So thank you.
Will
I
do.
think it's very important to our district that people see what our fourth chief does. I want to ensure that you have something every meeting that accounts for your efforts that you do weekly in your position. All right. Any questions, comments, or concerns for Mr. Miller?
Yeah, sorry,
You have the floor.
Madam President, I heard $10,000 grant for each school. Is it possible the board could get something in writing about that program or anything? A visualization. I'm a visual person and I like to read it and everything. So
I
thank
got you. Yep, I will send out a report that Whirlpool compiled the information, and I'll get it to Dr. Townsend to send to you guys.
Thank you. I also want to say that we look forward to what you working with the facilities and operations looks like. And I hope that you're ready based on our conversations for the accountability that comes with that position. So good luck to you with that new responsibility if it goes through. All right, next we have old business. So I have old business to add. In our most recent meeting, I believe it was the 27th, we discussed the status of our buildings. We had the conversation, but we did not make any action. We just wanted to have the full conversation, get the presentation, give the community an opportunity to ask questions. But there were some options that were presented to us that we did not actually discuss or review, whether we were going to be extending bids or letting a bid expire or actually moving forward with voting to demolish 1, 2, or 3 buildings. I think those were the presented options, if I'm not mistaken. So we actually need to follow up on that to decide how we're going to proceed, whether that's just letting the bid expire or if we're trying to take action of some sort. I know that, so that's old business. I know that Ms. Gail also mentioned that she has some hires that are urgent that can't wait to next month. And then she also mentioned that there is a resignation that happened. So there's a couple things that we need to get accomplished this month. And so I'm wanting to schedule a special meeting for next Tuesday for those matters, the building issues, and then also the HR issues. Now, I'm not sure if there's going to be other things that come up in weeks' time. If it is, I would ask that those things go through the appropriate committee before it's added to the agenda so that we don't have anything on the agenda that complicates our meeting, because I want it to be focused on what we're coming for. And I'm just trying to gauge if people have availability for next Tuesday at 5:30 if I call a special meeting.
I have a
So-
question.
Yes.
When do the bids expire?
Is it the 18th?
Of September, August?
August. I'll let Mr. Johnson.
It's today. However, we have reached out to Whiteman and Associates to contact the vendor, the low bidder, actually the 2 lowest bidders, to determine whether or not they would consider extending the bid deadline.
Ms. Raquette, did you have a question, Ms. Raquette?
She said that's the youth
That's
fair.
the free day of the Berrien County Youth Day. If you're going to take your kids or your grandkids, that's the day they get in free in the Berrien County Youth
Okay.
Fair.
All right, she wants to take them grandchildren to the Berrien County Youth Fair. In
Was this a
Monday,
discussion? I just wondered.
yeah, I'm just trying to call a special meeting, and right now I just want to gauge availability for dates. You won't be available till Thursday, okay? So what I'll do, instead of taking up time discussing this, I will reach out to each of you individually and follow up and find the time that is best. And I'll connect and collaborate with Dr. Townsend as well. So the special meeting will be scheduled. It'll be based on what the majority's availability will be.
President Robinson?
Yes.
With all due respect to the special meeting, we have not talked about our return to school plan yet and or
You want
things
that
that we
on there?
need to open
Okay.
school. And so it's not that I want it on there. I just wondered if, we could focus on what we need to focus on to start school versus getting into a whole bunch more debates about these buildings. I mean, I think we spent about 6 to 7 hours so far talking about facilities in a critical time when we're trying to, rebrand, like we said, and we're trying to recruit staff and also students. And so I mean, I know that, I don't know where I am with it. I just know that time is sometimes is everything. And right now, we have so many things that we need to focus on as it pertains to opening school. And so I just hope that as they're having that conversation to extend those bids, that we don't rush, this decision one way or another, that we could spend our time and kind of slow walk it and figure out what's best for our district, but most importantly, open school. And so that's just my, gut feeling on, what we need to be spending our time on and where we need to be spending it. We just extended the contract of our facilities manager or director. And so, in a way to not just cloud, what our plan is moving forward with our facilities, I think we'll be rushing it to just rush and have an emergency meeting as it pertains to HR. Is there any way that we could potentially amend the agenda to do that tonight, if that's something that is, an emergency? And so those are just kind of my question and then my concern.
Okay, Ms. Gill, I don't think were you ready to present? So for HR, she was asking if you were ready. There was a question asked about amending the agenda to allow for votes of individuals. Was that something that you were ready for?
Did I understand that to mean today?
Yeah, she was asking me if the urgent HR matter that you had was something that we needed to or could do today. And I'm asking, was that something that you were ready for, or were you?
I actually am able to present 2 people, but there may be more between now and next week.
So we would still need
So
more,
I'm,
okay.
but I'm happy to, if allowed, I'm happy to.
It was just a question.
Okay,
Mhm.
so one thing that we have in place is I do weekly meetings with Dr. Townsend. We have one Thursday at 4:30. I do one-on-ones with each of the BOE members. I got a chance to touch base with everyone except for Mr. Triplett. If I'm not mistaken, I got everybody, even Trustee Buchanan. So you still need your one-on-one. And so what I'll do is I will have that conversation with Dr. Townsend, also just follow up with one-on-ones and some of the things that you guys have expressed to me. So when I come back and give you my feedback with your concern, I'll gauge your availability for the next meeting. And I will follow up with everyone directly on that so that we don't waste too much of our time today trying to figure out what that meeting will consist of and what date. But thank you for that, Treasurer Creighton. 1 second. Do you all have something additional for all business? Okay, go ahead.
Those that have not, of the board members that have not taken a walk through the buildings that we're talking about having demolished, that they would do so. Trustee Bowen and I did walk through those buildings, and it is horrific, deplorable. And if you have not had a chance to go through them, to see them, you should do so.
Thank you. Mr. Triplett, did you have old business? I'm sorry. Were you still speaking? Okay, go ahead.
The fact of the matter is that it is a hazard. It is a danger to our community. It is a danger to our district. And the fact that if people and get in those buildings and get hurt, we can be sued. It doesn't matter that we have them boarded up. They pull the boards off and go in, and you'd have to see it to believe it, but we are liable. And that's a factor that will definitely impact our school district in a negative way if we have to pay for lawsuits.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize. I know that this is a hot topic and I wasn't trying to spark off the heat. But I appreciate you giving the feedback about the tours, because that is something I know that I was unavailable, and I apologize for my delay in response to you. I should have been more quicker in letting you know, but I know that only 2 of our trustees got a chance to go. Vice President Bradley had not, you were on the road. So we will follow up on that. Is there any additional topics for old business?
Yes, ma'am. I have one other thing to follow up
Okay,
There is something going around Facebook about the building and a pending sale on the building. So if that's not good information, I would just like to,
the North Shore building.
definitely.
Yeah, I think that's an old listing or something that we already
It's on
voted to
there right now
cancel.
if you Google it, because it was floating around today. And so I Googled it and it's still saying pending.
Okay.
Yep, and then the other thing is, as we're scheduling those tours, too, keep in mind that we do work full-time jobs sometimes, so let's be considerate of that as we're doing in-person things so that we can do evening, potentially tours.
Thank you. That was the reason I couldn't make it this time. I normally will take off work. I have a flexible position, but I had meetings at those times and couldn't make it. All right, thank you for that reminder. Secretary Triplett, I believe you had something to say, and then we'll proceed to new business.
Well, it is a hot topic. And, you know, for me, it just amazes me with all of these emergencies. This has to be done by this deadline. This has to be done by that deadline. The deadline was today. You know, I'm just struggling with the lack of consistency and integrity. Yeah, I'm really struggling with this. I'm really like basically exhausted with it, to be honest with you. I'm just like, I've been on here 8 months. I am just exhausted. Just literally exhausted with all of it because it's really too much. And I think that our citizens and our community and our taxpayers deserve more. I will not be going on no tour because I'm not playing games. I'm not going to get involved into that. No. I've already expressed my opinion about this neglect that it was done purposefully through Baron Reese and whoever else we had contracted. See, all of this stuff is continual. It might be new faces and new people, but the conversation behind the tables and behind the scenes are continual. I got out of church Sunday. I went to Bard. There's bushes that's taller than the building right now. And I know we have people that are coming in off of 94, 2 years in a row and saw that. People don't want to have the real conversation. And it's just professionally and ethically offensive to me to just continue to sit here in the midst of all of this. I am sitting here right now as a member of the Board of Education and don't know anything about how our schools are going to open. The CDC, all across this nation, boards of education and school districts are talking about, are we going to bring our kids back? Are we going to have mask mandates? None of this discussion goes on here. And it's to me, you know, what's important, not to mention, well, I'll say that for my comments, but yeah, I will not be going on any tours because I'm not playing games. I'm done with that, all of that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett. Any new business? Vice President Bradley.
Good evening. I'm going to be real brief with the new business. Had an opportunity with a few other colleagues to do board training this weekend. It was the MASB Summer Institute. I took about 4 classes. I know Trustee Rocket Martin had classes. I don't know if anyone else took classes as well. And they also had a legislative update on Friday afternoon. There was a two-part session, and there were some things they were discussing. They said the legislation was on break, which is a good thing, but they also discussed everything around the CRT issue. They do have a bill, but MASB is saying that it may not have any legs to stand on, but we know how politics can change because the concern that MASB is having with a lot of districts across the state if, how can they teach the 3/5 compromise with these laws they're trying to put in place and other things in history. They also talked about some of the election date changes for millage elections and primary date moves, moving from the idea of a graduated foundation allowance. And right now, everyone is at $8,700 for the, I think, for pupil allowance. I have to double check on that. And also, some of the courses I took were school safety and security, generational diversity, let me see which other one, monitoring organizational performance, and also succession planning. And in another session I took on Friday was reframing board behavior. And I'm gonna do a presentation on that in September, and hopefully we probably can look into getting that presenter to do some work with our board as well.
All right. Thank you, Vice President Bradley. And I did forward the information that you sent to me to Liz to ask that she get that on the agenda for next month. Any other new business? All right, next is public comment. Open public comment. The Board of Education recognizes the value of public comment or hello, okay. The Board of Education recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on district matters. Today, there are 2 areas for comment on the agenda, of which you may decide when to speak. Currently, we are at open public comment. Per policy 0167.3, which governs board participation at board meetings, we request that you preface your comments by an announcement of your name, address, and group affiliation when appropriate. Each statement made by a participant shall be limited to a 3-minute duration, and per our bylaws, no participant may speak more than once during this meeting. Participants shall direct all comments to the board and not to staff or other participants. The board will listen, take comments and questions under advisement and not respond at this time. I, as president, will refer questions to the superintendent for research and response. If you have specific questions for the board or executive team that require follow-up, please email those directly to liz.goodwin@bhas.org. And you have the floor for public comment. I'm sorry, yeah.
You want it now? Okay, sure.
What she was stating is that if you utilize a public comment
Timer.
form, make sure you share it with her because she uses it for the follow-up information to contact you. All right, you have the floor.
Okay, my name is Brenda Terrell. I'm a Benton Harbor resident. Address is 2359 Roncy Road, Benton Harbor. I'm coming as a taxpayer, a concerned taxpayer, not only for myself, but some of the older taxpayers. Because we're hearing that the sinking fund money is going to be used to demolish the building when we have buildings that we are currently working in that are in terrible condition. Our kids deserve better than that. Our staff deserves better than that. And it is not okay. And I'm at the point now in my life where if I see something, I'm going to say something, because our community got a lot of stuff going on now, and it's going to take all of us to get things back in order. So I asked here, so is it a priority to demolish the buildings or fix up the buildings that we are currently in? I need to know. What's in the best interest of our kids for them to come into a building that you wouldn't want your child in, or let's do something and get these buildings up to par. This is not okay. And I'm not gonna sit and be quiet about it. I'm not gonna be harassed about it because there's a whole different side to me. I'm not gonna be harassed about it. I'm not gonna be emailed, text, phone called, or any of that nonsense, because I'm saying our buildings are in bad shape and it's not all right. And I also wanted to put on here, what's the procedure for getting the buildings fixed? What is the procedure? Because there's got to be a process.
whatever that process is, if it's calling somebody and getting some bids, let's get that process started. Let these taxpayers see that their monies are being put in these buildings, because you all keep on talking about, we need new buildings. The only way right now you're gonna get them is the Treasury Department say, here's the money for them, and you build them, because if you're looking at the taxpayers are ticked off right now. And I'm gonna tell you, because I'm one of them. It's unacceptable. We've had people that came here and they said that they want to do the beauty college thing. Why not? We talking about drawing people back. If you don't have anything to draw them back to, they're not coming. I don't care how many billboards you put up. They are not coming. We got to give them something to come back to. And we got to have some real conversations. We can't have these conversations where everybody getting an attitude, because really at this point, I don't care about nobody's attitudes. This is my community. These are my kids. And I'm tired of my kids, all our kids out here, and they're getting shot down. We need to give them something. And it's gonna have to start with us. Okay, I think my time is just to back up, but I'm serious about this. I'm serious. Our kids should not have to come into these buildings looking the way these buildings look. It's not okay.
Thank you. Anyone else for open public comment? Thank you.
I just need to make sure everyone can see me when I say this, because I'm heated about this. So, my name is Carrie Nelson. I'm a resident of Benton Harbor, taxpayer. I work for the district, 5th grade teacher at Fairplain East, and I've been working for the district since 2007. And I know, Mrs. Robinson, I'm going to look at you because you've heard this speech before. I'm looking at Mr. Triplett because I only became hired when you went to the high school, because I took over your position and you wouldn't go to the high school until they hired me. And I appreciate that. I'm looking at Mrs. Creighton, who I was one of her employees when she was principal, on top of the fact that I've also worked with her best friend as a coworker, and she's also done things in the building to help with girls and their pride. I got a real issue with the fact that I'm still not getting paid correctly. And I'm going to say this again, because on July 31st of last year, we were given a notice that said, here is your phase 1 that's happening to fix the problem. The problem is I was, not this past school year, 2020, 2021, I'm talking 2019, 2020. I was on a step 4. 14 years in the district, 4. And I only changed that for one year prior to that. Then I was on a 3. 1 year prior to that, I was on a 2, and I was on a 2 for 8 years. Never left the district, never went anywhere, never quit, never resigned, never did anything. I stayed here through every bit of money that has been taken from me. I stayed, and I stayed not because of the adults, I stayed because of the kids. I've taught generations now. I'm getting to the point, God, I'm aging myself here, to say I'm getting to the point now where I'm teaching children that I taught their parents. So it's not anything to say, but I'm tired of it. And we were told on July 31st of last year, here's phase 1. Phase 1 was, if you are more than 6 years behind, excuse me, I think it was 6 or 11. I can easily pull it up on the phone, but you had to have been behind a certain number of years to be able to get back half of your years. And then those that worked in the district for 20 plus years got back half of the 10% that was took 10 years ago. Okay, no problem. I went from a 4 to a 9. Great. We were told in July that there would be an announcement sent to what phase 2 would be. I swear before Jesus, we got that email, but it can't be seen anymore. And that email was that we were supposed to get the rest of our steps back. Now we're being told we're only going to get half of my 10% back from 10 years. I don't care about that. I want my other 5 steps. I'm sick of not being able to have what I should have because I've been here, and I know the time is up and I'm so sorry, but I'm sick and tired of people getting paid more in this district than I get paid and they've been here less. I'm tired of it. We just hired, you just renewed a contract with somebody who is getting a raise. He's only been here a year. And he's done
So I just.
I'm sorry, I almost
It's okay.
went out of
So I want-
character.
So unfortunately, I appreciate your passion. And unfortunately, I have to tell you, thank you. But I would ask that Dr. Townsend just give me an update on where this stands with what she's discussing. And of course, the full board, but when I meet with you Thursday, I'll get more information on what she shared so that we can try to figure out the passion that I did not allow you to continue to express.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyone else for open public comment?
My name is Anicia Noel. I'm a 32-year-old alumni and parent of two beautiful children, one whom was enrolled into Benton Harbor area schools. How many of you have children currently enrolled in the district? I'll wait for an answer from everybody here. You? Once again, the question was, out of everyone sitting here with a title in front of your name, whether it be president, secretary, trustee, superintendent, or recording secretary, how many of you have children currently enrolled in the district?
So we don't respond, but just so that there is no assumption that the answer is no, fake Marie Robinson.
Oh,
will
yeah,
be at Benton Harbor Area
you
School.
responding
Okay,
though,
thank
okay,
you.
yeah. And I'm glad that you brought up dignity and respect earlier because I found it totally out of line for your employee, your staff to ask me what's wrong with me, all because I looked her in the eye in her mouth to attentively listen to everything that was stated. That was unprofessional. What is the district curriculum? How is it in May's meeting, it was stated 100% of computer upgrades were coming from the $3 million literacy grant. However, according to my email I got from Liz Goodwin on July 9th, 2021, the public response, well, her response back to me was, it's coming out of ESSER1 and Title I funding from Benton Harbor High School, Discovery Enrichment Center, and Fairplain Middle School. Why wasn't the insurance and network switches added to that data analysis that you initially did for the 3 million literacy grant that you said the computers and everything were coming out of until I got that response back? July 9th, 2021, I got the email on record. How is it you can call or want to call a special meeting next Tuesday, that's next week, for the demolishing, or at least to call for a vote on demolishing our buildings, but you all have yet to discuss our strategic plan for this district? You can't demolish none of the buildings without a for sure strategic plan, because then you would just be tearing down buildings and doing facility operations for nothing. Is that correct? You said
Thank you,
no,
Ms.
y'all don't
Triplett.
respond. Oh, okay.
Much appreciated.
Uh-huh.
If you have any other comments or questions, you can send those to Ms. Goodwin. All right, is there anyone else for open public comment? Ms. Gavin. And you all make sure you give your contact information to Ms. Goodwin if needed. Thank you. You have the floor.
Okay, good evening. My name is Eleanor Gavin. I'm a parent, a resident.
Liz, can you set the timer for her?
And a concerned community organizer. So I have several questions. I don't know if I have time to ask them. I noticed that we had a special meeting for demolishing buildings. And I haven't decided, whether or not demolishing buildings is the right thing to do or not. My focus has always been on the land and the upkeep of the buildings that we have, making sure that we are taking care of what we have for our kids. What I don't understand is why Black Wall Street zones, which was a project, a resolution to give the district public school zone protections, racial equity protections, historical site protections, which would have brought you more funding, more opportunities, more protections, was taken off the agenda, but we have time to discuss demolishing buildings. I do understand that President Robinson said that that was something that you were doing with integrity in regards to the state. I did speak with the state treasurer's office. They indicated to me that they in no way was requiring the district to get rid of any properties, that there was absolutely no strings attached, that they wanted to support the district in financing in upwards of $1.5 million, in which President Robinson ended that negotiation. They wanted to assist the district with what is that called, restorative justice and other programs. They wanted to advocate for the district in helping to improve the budget so that you all wouldn't be bogged down with the with that, what is it, 16, that enormous long-term debt. And so I guess what I don't understand is why are we cutting off opportunities? The other issue that I'm having is I spoke with Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, and they said that, the district has not applied for funds to assist. And so if you're talking about $500,000 for demolishing and different things of that nature, why is the district not, that $500,000 could go to so many other things. So why isn't the district, why aren't our leaders talking about using those types of funds? Because not only do they help with asbestos removal, but they also help with renovations. All these buildings have asbestos, they can help with that. So why are we letting Whirlpool and all these other organizations utilize those funds? They're using school tax dollars, but the school is not utilizing them. So that doesn't make sense. And then the other issue, of course, is that, an investigation was called for the chief of schools and nobody did the right thing. Nobody put a motion on the floor to call for an investigation. And so now you have a person who's in charge of everything, knows that you're interested in an investigation, and you've done nothing, you've done nothing with that. So
Thank you,
that's
Ms.
very
Gavin.
concerning. That's not how you handle an investigation. 300 people have asked for it.
Ms.
Let's do right
Gavin.
by the people.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, thank you everyone who provided public comment. And I do not like to cut people off, but I do have to keep you at the 3 minutes. So thank you so much. Next on the agenda, we have superintendent announcements, comments. Dr. Townsend.
Okay, I should have, I'll take ownership, Board of Trustees. I should have put this at the beginning of the agenda because I hear everyone concerned about what are we doing coming back to school. I saved it for the end. I should have put it at the top, but I had Graduation Alliance speak. But our return to learn plan for 2021, 2022. Currently, Benton Harbor area schools, we're preparing for in-person learning, plain and simple. Right now, all of our principals are at a principal retreat in Kalamazoo. They've been there yesterday, today, and also tomorrow, finishing up that training because we're also looking to develop limited options through an application process for K-5 virtual. And that option will be limited for parents who have students or family members with compromised immune systems or other health impairments that may be exacerbated by COVID-19. We work very, very closely with our Berrien County Health Department as well as Berrien County superintendents. And we're also students in 6 grades 6 through 12 continue to have the option of CAPE, where virtual learning has already been established. All schools will have an alternative plan that will be available on our new website in case of any classroom, school, or district closures due to COVID-19 or any state mandates. So right now, there are no state mandates at all. So the expectation is for us to come back to school traditionally like we have in the past. What we're waiting on is we're watching the numbers literally every day. As a matter of fact, every Wednesday, we attend the Berrien County Health Department update. Sometimes I think I send them to the board from time to time. I'll make sure I'll keep you updated on that, on where we are with that. First day of school is Monday, August 30th. CDC recommendations, and this is what we're following as a district, and happy for any input on it. For this school year, we will be following the CDC recommendations for returning to school. Additionally, we will implement any mandates by local or state health department agencies. So far, there are no mandates by our local or state department. But here are the recommendations so far from CDC and what we're looking to do. Face masks, we're looking to have face masks required for all K-12 students. Also, we're looking for face masks for all adults in the building. We would not require temperature checks. However, any student or adult who's showing symptoms of a fever may be asked to have his or her temperature taken. As you know, we still have the scholar chips at all entrances of our building. That's where the scanner machine here at the high school and the hand scanners at the other school. Social distancing, you see we got the 6 feet markers down on the ground, but CDC guideline recommendation is now 3 feet. So we're going to ensure that we're following that guideline. Last in my update, not last, I got more, but here's good news. We pre-messaged this earlier, but check out our new website. All information you need to know about school will be posted there. All Benton Harbor area school students will be receiving a new computer this upcoming school year. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a big deal. That means we will be officially one-to-one. Districts across the state and across the country strive to get one-to-one, and we're at one-to-one with the computers and the insurance that we have. Additionally, we're asking everyone to mark their calendars for Wednesday, September 22nd. That will be a half day, a short day for all the schools, and we'll be hosting their open house. Open house is designed for parents to come and learn about what the students will be doing for this academic year, and all parents will have a chance to sign up for the events as well. But we're going to press and pump that out on our social medias. We're going to promote this evening our brand new webpage. So again, for clarity, there is no school district. People are talking about stuff in the school and it's causing angst. That's why it's making the news, but there's no mandate from the state for back to school. We just have to come back to school. That's the expectation. But we have a plan that we're going to have in place for alternative in the event that young people have compromised immune systems. I want to announce, this is a big deal, working with the Berrien County Health Department. This is a Vision Exam for Tigers program. So all students, elementary, right now we're doing 1st through 3rd grade. So the entire MLK campus, those young people will receive free eye screening. And if they need glasses, they will get free glasses. I worked that out with the Berrien County Health Department. Understand, literacy is our #1 focus. Plain and simple at all levels. And we're blessed to have received that grant that was very competitive to focus on literacy. So we took it a step further to get our young people free glasses. And don't forget that 3rd grade reading law is in place that young people get held back. So the Berrien County Health Department will provide vision screening for 1st through 3rd grade students. Those who meet the Michigan Department of Health and Human Service referral criteria will be eligible for free, complete, comprehensive eye exam and glasses provided by Advanced Family Eye Care, which is the new eye care facility on Main Street. The MDHHS protocol for the hearing and vision program and scheduling will allow for grades listed above. The only exceptions will be made for students in other grades upon request of other staff. So what I told to Berrien County Health Department, I said, what if I got, some siblings that need glasses too? So on a case-by-case basis, let's say if there's a 7th grader or a 6th grader or whatever who may need that eye exam, they're going to work on case-by-case to get them free glasses as well. So that's a big deal. Students will have an opportunity beginning January 2022 and March 2020, beginning January of 22 through March of 22, 2 Thursdays a month, approximately 10 students per day with the AM PM schedule. Glasses, if needed, will be delivered to the student at the school by the Berrien County Health Department. This process involved a permission slip to be signed by a parent or guardian to schedule accordingly. So Board of Trustees, this is a win for our kids. Glasses are expensive. When I was a high school principal, I had kids walking around squinting all day or walking with broken glasses because glasses are expensive. And now we have an opportunity to give our young people free glasses. I exam the whole shebang, so that's excellent. Additionally, give me 1 second, my computer just cut off on me. All right, here we go. Additionally, I want to share, working with the Berrien County Community Foundation, on Wednesday, August 25th, from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock p.m., 2,000 backpacks will be given to students here in the 49022. Backpack and school supply giveaway will be given away at the Riverview campus on 600 West Main Street. We'll make sure we post this all over our social medias. I ask that you share that as well. It's a good deal that our young people are getting these free supplies and backpacks. Where am I? Today, I attended a press conference with local leaders and faith-based leaders to discuss gun violence here in our community. One thing that I shared is that Benton Harbor area schools is a major piece to the puzzle with regards to solutions. So we're looking to really provide the best opportunity and education learning environment for every student that come in our building. We understand the challenges of our community from back in the day or whatever, but as we move forward, we're all looking with a positive mental outlook and doing what's best for students and keeping students at the forefront of everything we have going. One thing that we're looking into, just to let you know, 2 things that I'm working on as the superintendent, along with our chief of student support services. So, we have world-class athletics, world-class band cheer, other things, robotics is off the chart. I'm still looking for a way to engage all of our students. We're looking into esports. Esports is a fast-growing competition across the country, the fastest growing, that can keep young people engaged through competition through the sports industry. So please, I'm going to share some upcoming information. I actually met with the superintendent of Harper Woods to discuss them going into esports in collaboration with Oakland University. I'm exploring that opportunity with esports with Western Michigan University, who just last year unveiled a world-class esports arena with over 22 monitors. Ladies and gentlemen, trust me, that's a win-win-win for our kids if we can get that opportunity to provide that for our young people. Additionally, we're looking into drone competition racing, where our young people have the opportunity to build drones, fly drones, and compete in drone competitions across the country. Look, we're finding new innovative ways to really activate the schema of our young people to ensure that they don't want to go home after school. After school, they go to basketball practice, football practice, any club or enrichment curriculum opportunity that we have. We're exploring that day to day relentlessly. Okay, so I just want to pre-message that to the board. Additionally, what do I got for you? That's all that I have so far, but I'll keep you all informed, keep you all updated in our new weekly update. I'll make sure I have all this information in there as well. But thank you for your support. I'm very optimistic, very excited, very happy, very hopeful about how we're moving as a team. This is a team of 8, and I believe we're getting better every month, to be honest, my honest opinion, from committees to board meetings. So I appreciate your support, and I look forward to continually working with our Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Townsend. Very exciting things to come. We're going to begin our board comments with Secretary Triplett today. And I hope we can get this thing wrapped on up. Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson, to the Board of Education, I do want to take this opportunity to say whatever decisions the board made tonight, even as it relates to facilities, I'm going to support the vote of the board, and looking forward to some accountability. Yesterday I had an opportunity to, President Robinson and I had an opportunity to be a part of a community initiative as it relates to prayer in our community. Our kids' fathers are being murdered. I am writing obituaries of former students. I am at the casket with little boys asking their father to wake up. What happened to my father? Is he asleep? What happened to my mother? Why? I don't want you to touch me. I want my mother, because they don't have an understanding that their mother has died. These are our kids. I've been on this Board of Education 8 months, and I have suffered in silence, believe it or not, much as you hear my voice. I just cannot. I can't do it. I just don't know how to sit in the midst of this. I don't know how to sit in the midst of it and just listen and look. There are some hardworking people that have been committed to Benton Harbor all of their professional careers. And regardless to what, they make it happen. They make it happen. No hidden agendas, nothing. And I just, it bothers me. It really bothers me when people think that they're doing something and they're really not. Our kids deserve the very best. We are paying millions of dollars in salaries. Our kids are going to care. Ain't got no insurance. They're getting substandard health care. And people have Cadillac health care off their backs. This community, this district, this community, this Board of Education has been very kind to people who have come into our district. Is somebody talking? I was checking down the board. Okay. This community has given people opportunities that nobody else would give them. We have been second chance recipients of second chance and third chance people. And it bothers me that people think that they have to come in here and educate us or assume that we don't know and feel comfortable in letting it come out of their mouth and their actions. It's offensive. I do want to say, as I said to Dr. Townsend, support you. And I honestly want you to be successful. I got funerals coming up. I had nephews murdered here. I've had cousins murdered here. I've been here all my life. And I'm not going anywhere. But we got to do better. We got to do better. And to this Board of Education, we didn't get elected to be friends and cool with nobody. We got elected to hold people accountable. We have a professional responsibility. We sit here right now and we haven't done our due diligence. We are through 2 phases behind ourselves on our superintendent's evaluation. And that's not going to help him. We're around here jumping in and jumping out and jumping in and jumping out. Evaluations are not to destroy, evaluations are to empower. And we're going to get ready to have to do an evaluation in December, and we haven't done any of our work. We missed March. We just missed another one. Ain't nobody said a word. That's our responsibility. When we call and ask for information, we're supposed to get it. That's disrespectful and insubordinate. And it's arrogant and disrespectful for us as a board to be treated, to allow ourselves to be treated like that. I'm not going to sit on no board of education, just sit up here and let people treat me no any kind of way. I'm not doing it because I'm not in here trying to do anything personally for myself. She asked the question, who in here got any kids in this district? How many of y'all sitting up on this board got any kids in this district? Maybe you don't have any in now, but you have some, and maybe you don't have your kids in this district, and that's your choice, but you went through it. Many of us have worked in this district off the backs of these kids. And these kids are suffering, and these adults are suffering as a result of some stuff, some of these same things that we're allowing to happen here to our people. Pause for a minute while you're trying to take $500,000, $10,000 from buildings and find out and look at your people that live in your community. And the majority of this staff that's from Benton Harbor work for EDGE staff. While you playing, they work for EDGE staff, no insurance. When they off from work, when they are off from work, they don't get paid. That's the ones that live here. Do your work. Stop playing these games and stop being played because it's not right. When this teacher has been here on several occasions, and I know what she's talking about, because these same lines that if we freeze our money, we take a pay cut, we do this, we do that, we're gonna be out of deficit, and we still got $12 million, $13 million in debt. And ain't nobody making money but central administration. Nobody. And so I'm down with it. I'm down with saying the positive things, but I will not sit up here and not say the real thing. And I thank you, Madam President, for constantly checking me. I appreciate that, and I defer. But I just cannot. When I get sick to my stomach on the day of a board meeting, because I feel like we are letting our kids and we are letting our people down, and we are letting people treat our people any kind of way. I'm going to close off because I'm just rambling, but I want to say this upcoming school year, I hope there are no more excuses. When I sit and I come to a facility and it's soot and algae and weeds and mud and dirty, filthy in the facilities that our kids go to, in these schools that our kids, this building right here, at Fairplain East, right now, a whole quarter that's been dark for 2 years. No light. When it's time to go out and show what's going on in the raggedy buildings, we can get a call and a text and we can get in them buildings immediately. But when it's time for us to come in these buildings, it takes 2 weeks for people to plan for us to even come in. Stop playing games. Because this is a very serious matter. So I want the citizens to know, I want my colleagues on this Board of Education, I want each of you all to know that I love you and I respect you. We are Benton Harbor. We're from Benton Harbor, whether you were born here or not. But we've been here in Benton Harbor. All of us, with the exception of 2, graduated from Benton Harbor High School. We were formally educated in this district. So the thing that they're talking about is yet unfamiliar to us. We know Tiger tradition. We know our way. And I'm challenging you to step up and do what's right for this community and for these kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett. Next, we have Trustee Rocket Martin. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Trustee.
Somebody else want to go. Go ahead. She go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Trustee Buchanan, because she needs to go ahead and leave.
I would like to say good afternoon, and Ms. Terrell, it's nice to see you. And I support you, I hear you, and I know what you're talking about. To the public, when I retired in 2004, I told them I didn't want to sub. Because back then, we had teachers that were buying curtains, put up in the window to keep the sun off the kids. We had teachers to do a lot of things. But let me tell you what happened. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever, I got a phone call. And somebody said, go on Facebook. Now, I can't go on Facebook because I don't know how, really. I got a phone and I don't know how to work it. But they said it was 2 of your board members is on Facebook. And I was like, I don't know. But for the people that's here right now, I understand where Mr. Tripp is coming from. I've been up on the 4th superintendent. I've seen them do stuff that I probably could get sued if I said, but you can't make me do wrong. When it comes to the kids, I'm 100% on their side. We got stuff that's happening to us. The lady called me and said, well, you know so-and-so. I said, I don't know that. She said that she told this other lady, I was at the store. She said, she don't never know nothing. And on the board. See, we have a president, we have a superintendent. And when he came in here and we talked to him, we hired him. I was on the board with Joe Taylor and him. Dr. Townsend got to get him, he needs the confidence and he needs to trust that he's going to help turn that school around. And he's doing a great job so forth. But there's people out there that's been hurt and tell you if you weak in the mind, you will follow them. And I said, well, let me explain something to you. I'm a child of God, but I can't say what I say to them in this meeting because I respect people. But no, I'm not gonna say it. I had a drill team for 30 years. I was taking kids to Fort Wayne, Chicago. Even in Chicago, we won out of all the people there, we won the honorable mention. And then it wasn't about no black or white. It was doing what's right. Benton Harbor, this board is young. Some people don't know this, don't know that. And I like to ask questions. There's certain stuff I'm not doing no more. I'm not going on no field trips. I'm not employing no building. We know what it takes. And our teachers deserve the best. The kids deserve the best. I worked in a building, I had to bring my heater from home. And this happened 30 years ago. It's still going on. Dr. Townsend not to blame for that. So what I would like to say to this board, continue to fight. You got to remember that you have relatives in the community, you got kids. And like I said, every other weekend, somebody's getting shot down. And ain't nobody doing that. You got all these preachers, all these churches. Somebody needs to make a move. Donate some money, buy some lumber and start building, redo the school if you want to. But what we have to do as a board, we got to be fair and stop being two-faced with each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Buchanan. We're going to go to Trustee Rocket Martin next.
think I had it on. I think. Okay, thank you. I'd like to say I did attend the positive class this weekend, Friday through MASB. And one thing that they did say was that would foster success. It says, happiness fuels success. If you can get your brain to be more positive, you can be more successful. Happiness is a driver of success. And with that being said, we are all ambassadors for Benton Harbor area schools. And what you have to remember is, as an ambassador to this school district, your job is to sell the district. If you're gonna sell Benton Harbor area schools, you've got to focus on the positive, not to say that you neglect the things that are going on, but there's a time and place for all of that. We have committees, we have avenues, we have means of fixing those things. You know, I think I said it last time, we have chains of command and we have to hold people accountable, we do. And I think that the more we can voice the positive in our district, the more we will have people bring their children back to my district anyway. As a parent, if I had heard a lot of the things that I heard here today, there would be no way I would bring my kid to Benton Harbor area schools. There would be no way I would have worked in Benton Harbor area schools. However, as a principal, I understood and I got with my parents and I got with my building and I got with those that are in charge of my buildings. And we worked through those issues so that it didn't become a public issue. Other districts have the same exact problems. We're not unique in any way, but you don't hear about it. And I'm not saying hide it under the table. I'm saying put it in the right avenue so that it can get accomplished and worked on without the whole, what we should show the world is the best that we have, the greatest that we have, the things that Dr. Townsend was talking about, because we're trying to draw people into our district. We want people to hire people to work in our district. I would say, why would I work in Benton Harbor? Why would I want to work here? So let's just keep that in mind. And the other thing I would like, I did mention this to our board president, I would like for us to put our vision and our mission in front of us, laminated, just like we put our board norms. And if we can refer to our vision as we talk, as we think through things, as we look at the things that we have to accomplish as a board, if we have our vision and our mission in front of us, we can always say, okay, how is what we're doing, how does it relate to our mission, and how does that play out to our kids? How does that play out to the things that we're trying to accomplish in our district with our children? Because they are our focus. And I will tell you this, everything that I said tonight, I'm saying because I have the children of Benton Harbor best interests at heart. I'm not just trying to demolish buildings. If you yourself walk through those buildings, you would say, we can't afford not to tear them down. We can't afford not to get rid of them. The money and the danger that it presents is too much for us to have to bear if we have to go that route. The other thing I'd like to say is, I go to Intercare and I think it's a world-class facility. And I have the best doctor there and my grandkids go there to the dentist. And it's a wonderful place to be to me. The customer service is great. The pediatricians are great. The doctors are great. And so, and I have world-class insurance, but I do go to Intercare. And I like going to Intercare. So with that being said, I'd like for us to start looking at the glass half full instead of half empty. We know we have challenges, we know we have a lot going on, but do they have to know it every time we get in a board meeting? No. They should hear. We have committee meetings to handle these problems. We do. And let's use our committee. Come to the committee meetings. Come to the meeting and you can voice your concerns. I'm talking for the board now. And then when we get in a board meeting, we don't have to air that kind of thing. I give it back to you, Madam President.
You, trustee Raquel Martin. So the only ones that haven't gone are, majority of us, I'm sorry, I'm just tired. So it's up to Creighton and Bradley, who goes next? You'll go next? Okay, trustee Bowens, you have the floor.
Good evening. It's always funny. You have a lot of comments and then when you look at the audience, they disappear. Abracadabra, they're gone. But they're the most social media and everything, and they never get to hear your response. In church, we was always taught never to leave the benediction. When we were elected, it wasn't because I ran on the same platform as Renardo Triplet or Angel Creighton or Miss Rockette. My platform was a new voice for a new beginning. The public elected us to make hard, necessary decisions. How many of you know how to chew gum and talk or chew gum and walk at the same time? I know we all know how to do that, or you know how to eat and talk at the same time, or you're driving and you get that hamburger, you know how to drive and talk at the same time, or drive and eat at the same time. And that's what we have to look at. When I toured those buildings, we look like Boo-Boo the Fool, basically, arguing over something that should be demolished a long time ago. And we're steady kicking the can down the road. And then when the state comes and says, we're gonna shut Benton Harbor area schools down, no, we wanna fight, we wanna fight. And here we're getting these recommendations and we wanna do it my way or the highway. Or one person's opinion doesn't mean they're the goddess of it all. These are taxpayers. And yes, if you rent, you pay taxes. If you own land, you pay taxes. When you go to the store, you pay taxes. These are taxpayers that have to live in these conditions or next door to these conditions. And when you look at it, it's devastating. Now, we should be focusing on educating, not owning land. And I know that's gonna hurt some people, but I never seen a school district in the land business. Now, let's say we tear down BART and we keep the land there. And we put greenhouses or something on there and we're teaching our kids horticulture skills. Let's say we tear down BART and we decide to lease it to a farmer and we're able to bring revenue back into the district. Or we sell North Shore and we bring money that affects the debt. We're bringing revenue. We have to think. The residents didn't elect us to be phony and not make hard decisions, but they also elected us to have that 50,000 view. So we need to understand that, yes, we can chew gum and talk at the same time. And if that means demolishing buildings, so be it. If that means demolishing buildings at the same time and working on redoing our buildings, so do it. But we also got to have this conversation on how do we envision education? How do we envision education in Benton Harbor? Do we continue investing in these school buildings that are older than us? Let me rephrase this because I'm about to say something I don't want to. I know somebody that's 73 years old. She moved here in a time where Blacks weren't even at Martindale. They were at Hall. You ask them, when did you go to elementary school? Hall. When did you go to middle school? Hall. So I understand the tie, but then I went to North Shore. I'm sorry, I'm skipping something. I went to North Shore and I seen it was built in 1948. That 73-year-old woman never got to attend those schools. And we're holding on to these, we're holding on to these buildings and we're saying not doing this, but at the same time, we got to show the state, listen, we want to work with you. Otherwise, not doing any decisions or picking it down and saying it's insulting and everything else, it's like hokey pokey. So we need to look at the bigger picture. I want to pause for a moment because we lost one of our greatest citizens that I've known. When I first moved to Benton Harbor, he took me under his wing. He's a graduate of 1958 at a time when Blacks really weren't graduates of Benton Harbor areas because we weren't the minority. I'm sorry, we weren't the majority. So I want to pause for Mayor Wilsie Cook and his passing last week. He was one of the first local citizens to receive an honorary doctorate degree from Andrews University. He spent 50 years at Lakeland Hospital, and then he spent years behind the high school at Intercare. So I just want us to think about those and everything. This past week, it was great to see some of our students at the Riverfest, the football team. It was nice seeing them. I do hope we do have a contingency plan that's quick, because as they're projecting with COVID cases going up, we don't want to be up the creek and not the ladder. So if we need to do virtual school, let's always have that plan B ready. It's just, we got to make the decisions, and I don't see, if we let the building stay there, it's still going to be more of an eyesore. These are buildings that roofs are falling in, bricks are torn down. These are buildings where when you walk in them, your throat begins to burn. You are scared that you're going to see a raccoon or snakes or something. This is how bad the buildings are. And if you don't believe me, I went Facebook Live with the blessing and approval. So yes, let's invest in the buildings that our kids are in. But why are we steady putting good money into buildings when we know our kids deserve better? So that's it on my end.
Thank you, Trustee Bowens, and thank you for providing that insight on our former mayor and ensuring that we did give him some acknowledgement and recognition.
We didn't even give him a moment of silence. I kept on talking, sorry.
Go ahead with your moment of silence.
Would you?
All right, thank you,
Thank you.
Trustee Bowens. All right, next up, you guys can pick Treasurer Creighton, Vice President Bradley.
Wake up, don't fall asleep. Get up, get up, get up. Good evening again, everyone. I was sitting here and I've been present, and I think it's important to be present in the moment. This weekend, I had the opportunity to be a vendor at the Riverfest, but most importantly, I was a class advisor for the class of 2011. And so I had to make time for them as well. It was their 10-year class reunion and 20 years for myself. I've been struggling all weekend to make time for them, as I know we're losing our children at a very rapid rate here in Benton Harbor. And so I made sure that I made time to spend some time with them. And as you guys may or may not know, I'm very serious about COVID. And so I did get out of my comfort zone, put on my mask, and attend some of their events that were indoors. And I actually hugged every student or former student that came my way. And so on Sunday, I had the opportunity to attend an outdoor event at our beach. And a young man was killed about 20 minutes after leaving that event. And so, since then, being the mother of a Black boy in this community, and we're losing them at a rapid rate, I've really, really been struggling. This is something that, I think I heard at the press conference today, that it takes a village, and it does. And I heard our superintendent say either today or yesterday that Benton Harbor Area Schools is and has to be a part of that village. And so fortunately, over the course since 2008, I've been in this community in several capacities, but I think the capacity besides being a mother that has really, really helped shape me as a woman is my involvement in Benton Harbor Area Schools and all of the young people that I've been afforded the opportunity to work and interact with. And so this weekend, you know, I know Ms. Raquez said, let's look at the glass as being half full. And so this weekend, all the way up until Sunday, you know, those hugs and smiles warmed my heart. They were Miss Clark, you know, it bothered my husband. But I actually, we got together after they graduated in 2011. And so they wouldn't necessarily know him, you know. And so for me, just hearing that acknowledgement did something for me. It was really, really, really hard for me to be at that event and leave those children because they're kids to me, even though they're adults now. It was hard for me to leave them Sunday after experiencing such a tragic loss for them. I stayed until the end, which was about 10:30, and we started at 2:30. And so as we were sitting here and I'm looking at body language, include myself, I started to think about, you know, leaving them that day because I didn't know if we would lose another one, you know. And so as I sit here as a parent, as a educator, as a community member, and as a trustee, you know, it just makes me feel like I should be doing more. And so I am a business owner in this community. And so I do have a product that I'm selling. And so as I sit here as a board member on the board of directors for our district, we do have a product that we are selling. We don't necessarily charge directly for that product, but there are some indirect ways that we're putting the product out and we're expecting compensation back. And so as I think about that, and as I was thinking about that throughout this meeting and throughout the board comments, I was thinking about, you know, everything that everyone said so far, and I respect it. However, I'm only saying not to kick the can down the road with our buildings. I'm not saying that that's something that we should or should not do. I'm just saying I cannot, as a business owner and entrepreneur, I cannot miss, what am I trying to say? I can't misprioritize. I don't know if that's a word, but I have to prioritize what's most important. And so I would love to be on Facebook every day and respond to all of my messages every single day. But I do have to talk and eat or breathe at the same time, like Trustee Bowen said. And so I'm saying that to say, I think our number one priority, if and when we get our vision and mission statement, is going to be education. And so I'm not saying let's demolish or not demolish buildings. I just want to be clear that I want to educate children so that when a parent asks, how many of your children attend Benton Harbor area schools, I can stand up with pride and sing the fight song, not only as an alumni or a board member, but as a parent. Like I stated in November, that is one of my major goals for joining this Board of Education. Is so I can make sure, right, that I'm willing to buy the product that I'm selling. So I want to be clear about that. Also, you know, as I look at one of my former colleagues and friends and former teachers that worked for me, and I had the opportunity to mentor her, you know, I had to fight back the tears, thinking about the students, thinking about my soror, Brenda Terrell, and one of my former mentors when I was a student in Benton Harbor Area Schools, Miss Stacy Johnson, and then working on the side of Miss Carrie Nelson. It really bothered me, and I'm not an emotional person, but it took a lot for me to fight back the tears to really think about what one of our parents said is, why aren't your kids in our district? I think about the buildings, I think about all of the things that we sit here for hours and debate and talk about. And, for lack of a better word, I'm gonna say fight about. We fight about these things, but we can't dismiss them. They're real things. When I hear a teacher say, and I'm sorry, and I'm gonna apologize if I say this, and she didn't want this, but I'm gonna say it. I remember when she worked in my building and she came to me in tears and we cried because she had a check that was about $600 and some for 2 weeks. And she was paying $650 for daycare. That did something to me. And so tonight I had to fight back those same tears because I've been there and I've done that. And so as we think about from an HR perspective, the bleeding, when we said bleeding, we're talking about losing people, whether that's an administrator, whether that's a teacher, whether that's a support staff, whether that's a custodian or youth advocate or security guard or whomever that person is in whatever position they're in, we have to be real about it. And so I love the optimism that Ms. Roquette is sharing with us. And I think we're still being optimistic. I want to lose weight. I'm optimistic about it, but that doesn't change the size clothes that I have to buy, right? So I'm optimistic about, Benton Harbor becoming a world-class school district with world-class students, teachers, staff, and raving reviews. But I have to be realistic about my pant size at the same time. And so I come to you today thanking you from the bottom of my heart for all that you're doing, whether you're in this building or watching this via YouTube or sitting. I know that our staff, all of our staff, even if it's central office staff, this is a unique place to work, with unique challenges. I know that our superintendent, which is the board's only employee, I know that he came here not really knowing what he was getting himself into. However, he's willing, right, to put on these shoes, whether they're too big or too small, and wear them with grace. And so I thank him for that. This is some hard, So this is some hard work. And so support is not always, meaning a yes or a no. I think we teach our children, right, that even, if we say no, that does not mean mommy don't love you, right? If you believe in God and you go to church, Miss Roquette, I know you've heard your pastor or your husband say, right, sometimes when God says no, right, that does not mean he's denying you. Sometimes it's wait. It means to wait, or it's not your time. And so I think as we think about these things, it kind of leads to my first point with this young man that we lost, right? He left us saying he was going to the store and he was coming right back. He didn't make it back. And so I think timing is everything. And it's important for us to know that. So right now, it's time for us to prepare to receive our children, all of them. I hope it's all 1,600, right? I hope it's all of them. I hope it's 2,000. But how many and whoever we get, we have to make sure that we're producing a product that we're willing to buy ourselves. And I think, that's why I'm here. I have 2 children that's at home and a husband that I don't know if they ate dinner. I don't know if anyone has taken a bath for bed. He's great at that. And so I know that that's probably done. But I'm here making sacrifices as well. And so I think as we think about all of these things, our community members that came and shared with us, they sacrificed their time, right? So I think it's important that we do, follow back up on Black Wall Street. And we do talk about a parent advisory committee so that we can create an avenue that Ms. Roquette was referring to let parents talk and let us know their concerns without having to do it tonight. Now, all of our meetings are public meetings. So whether it's a committee meeting or a board meeting, unless it's a closed session, it's a public meeting. So I don't think, I think we have to create the avenue for them to feel safe, which I did talk to today with our president. We have to create opportunities for people to feel safe, for people to let us know that they can trust us, which is, I think our mayor share was a part of our title as a trustee. And so I'm looking forward to a parent advisory committee. I'm looking forward to a teacher advisory committee so that we can make sure that we don't have teachers coming in here as we're approving resignations. We can think about, I saw the hurt in Ms. Nelson's voice and eyes, like she was a little passionate. I'm sure, she didn't mean it that way, but she was courageous enough to come before us and tell us before she started hopefully applying for new jobs. Many people just apply and they leave in silence. So I want to thank you for that. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for that. And then also, Mr. Miller, I've heard that Mr. Miller is going to take on more responsibilities, and that's great. I just hope that as we're thinking about it, we hear sirens now. The last 2 weeks, I heard the gunshots of both of the murders that took place. And so I'm hoping that as we start school and our student services department has some services to help our children, as Dr. Townsend stated, our kids are hurting. And I hope that we have some things in place to help them. And although I'm not interested in working or being an employee, I do have a large toolbox. And so if there's any committee or anything that I can sit on, Mr. Miller, I'm willing to help and be of assistance because our children are hurting and we have to love on them. So with that being said, I am going to, the last thing I wanted to kind of put out there, a few years ago, and you guys can probably Google this, Dr. Townsend, or look on Facebook, we did a huddle for the first day of school. This was in 2015-16 school year. And we asked volunteers to come, and obviously it's COVID, but we can mask up outside and greet our children. I don't think our kids have had the opportunity to start day in a traditional setting in 2 years. And so I think it would be great for them to see all of the stakeholders. So board members, staff, parents, whomever could come out and huddle up. So this is not an announcement. This is just a suggestion of something that we could do. Invite sororities, fraternities, pastors, community members, board members, anybody that can come to huddle up and just greet our children as they come to school on their first day of school. Thank you so much and good night to everybody.
Thank you, Treasurer Creighton. And if I'm not mistaken, earlier today, they mentioned calling for 100 men for back to school as well. So that's part of the initiative that the city is doing, is that they've already started calling for men to be here and be present for our boys at the start of school. So that's kind of getting initiated as well. I'm gonna defer to Vice President Bradley.
I'm going to be really brief. These long meetings are getting played out. I'm gonna just be straight up and honest. They're ineffective. They're disrespectful to the public. They're disrespectful to our admin team. These long meetings are getting played out. Respect is a two-way street. Respect our admin staff. They're trying their best. Micromanagement is often a thin line that we fail to realize that we are crossing. Show some grace. They will not catch everything. As a school board, we have that 50,000-foot view. We will not catch everything. We will not see everything. But please, 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 I beg everyone to make sure that we are following the proper chain of command. If it doesn't get resolved at the lower levels and you tried every channel, knocked on every door, then come to the board so that we can get it resolved. Right now, we see that St. Joe and Lakeshore, they're dealing with this critical race theory thing going on. And that's an opportunity for us to get our students back. But if they see how our board is behaving, how things are going, we can't get anybody back here. I heard something this weekend in training. Boards determine the destiny of a district. Boards determine the destiny of a district. Also, let's remember our board norms, no surprise at the table. If you see anything that is for a certain committee, make sure that committee knows. Don't send anything out at the last minute or before something, so that way we can discuss it in committee, get it done, make sure we address the issue. Also, I want to say Mayor Cook was a political advisor. I do remember having a few lunches with him and talking politics at the establishment downtown, right there across from River Terrace back in the day. I have a connection to all three of those buildings that are getting ready to, that we're discussing to demolish. Bar School, when the Boys and Girls Club was leasing it, that was one of my first summer jobs. North Shore, I went to preschool at North Shore. As I think I went to Spinks Corner and I went over here to North Shore. So my early formative years, Martindale, my mom worked out there for a few years before they closed it. And I used to take her lunch or go out there and talk to her for a minute. So they do have a personal connection, but we have to make sure that we are not holding on to something, because if we got to spend $40–50 million to fix up a building when we can just tear it down and build something new, or put that money, invest that money back into our district. See the other thing I have. Right now, that's all I have to say. Everyone have a good evening.
All right, so I'll be super brief. Somehow I did not get you out of here in the time frame that I expected to. I think our board comments have been almost 45 minutes. So we'll work on that. I just want to apologize in advance to the board, because as you all can see today, I was a little more firm as a chair, and I'll continue to be. But my limit at this particular time is that once I give you the floor for a comment, there's really difficulty in me limiting your comment. And some of our trustees are talking for 10 to 15 minutes, and that's not really efficient for us. We want to make sure we hear you, but that we're not overstretching our meetings an additional almost 30 or 45 minutes just for board comments. So we will figure that out and work that out. So I'm apologizing to my board and to those that are here. I think I definitely did better today, but some things I cannot prevent. So I am a work in progress. Just want to ask that the community pray for me and pray for all board members for discernment. There was a comment that was made earlier about the state did not advise us that we have to tear down buildings. And I don't think I've ever said that. So there's a misconception, and I'm always misquoted, and my words are often twisted. And so I want to make it clear. I'll reiterate what I said. I said that the Community Engagement Advisory Committee created recommendations that we reduce what we own, whether we do that by selling the land, demolishing the land, or whatever. Those are recommendations along with others. And what I stated is that as the president of the Board of Education, I am going to ensure that we conduct the meetings to have the conversations regarding those recommendations, so that we can say that those were things that we considered. That was not strictly a state entity that advised us of that, but there were state representatives as well as community representatives, and Dr. Townsend was on that committee as well. So I've never said that the state said we had to tear down anything, and I don't appreciate being misquoted. I was very clear on why I scheduled the meeting. I think there's also a misconception that because I am asking for meetings to allow the board to have these conversations, that I am voting to demolish. I have never stated that. And every board member at this table will let you know that if they talk to me beyond this meeting and ask me, I say I am torn. I cannot give you an answer. And I also recognize that I might be the deciding vote on which way we go based on conversations by the board. But I am not, and I refuse to continue to be silent in letting people misquote me and blame me as if it is my choice to want to demolish, or I'm pushing forward a certain agenda, because I never said that. But I will be the president and ensure that we discuss topics that need to be discussed. And if that means that I have to bear the cross of that conversation, then I'll do that. But I will no longer allow people to twist my words and confuse my statements. So I thank everyone for your time. I thank you for your input. Everyone is valued. Everyone is appreciated. I am done with my comments, and I thank you all for being here. I am going to allow Vice President Bradley to make his quick announcement.
Don't forget, Y'all register for the annual leadership conference in Grand Rapids, November for MASB Annual Leadership Conference in Grand Rapids.
Thank you. So if there's no other business, I'm gonna call for a motion to adjourn. Is there a second or support? So the motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Buchanan that we adjourn. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, in the absence of Secretary Triplett as the former Secretary of the Board of Education, I will call the roll myself if you all don't mind. President Robinson, yes. Vice President Bradley. Secretary Triplett is absent. Treasurer Creighton.
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin. Trustee Bowens.
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan.
Yes.
Motion passes. This meeting is officially adjourned at 10:08 p.m. Thank you.